Ah, snap, ladies and gentlemen. You can't see us, but we can definitely see you. Let me see if I can fix that really quickly. But with that being said,
are you recording too?
Yes, I am definitely recording.
Okay.
So I do want to welcome you all to the Living Splitscreen, where Zoom likes to minimize my stuff so you guys can't see us. Zoom's trying to put us out here, guys, but we're just trying to put on an excellent show for you all. But hopefully you guys can see the bars moving and everything else. I get things situated. Welcome to Living Splitscreen, episode 37. Excellent Saturday morning, getting it in live, raw, and uncut, like I like to say it. Look, man, it's been an interesting week. A lot of Halos happened this week, and there's been a lot of interesting news. I actually, Pong, I don't know if I can think of anything else exciting that happened this week. Can you?
It was a boring week. It was an absolutely boring week. Nothing going on in the gaming world. That's it, man. That's it.
That was it, right?
I think gaming's dead, man. I think gaming's dead.
Game is dead. It's over.
I might have to find a new hobby.
It's over. It's done with.
Yeah. This might have to be renamed to Living Split Page as I go back to reading. We could talk about books.
Living Split Page.
Yeah, we can. We can go back to reading books. We'll have a book club.
Oh God, no! But for real, ladies and gentlemen, the Game Awards this week was this week. I know a lot of people may not be hyped about that. I was able to get our videos back up, so that's a great thing. So that's going to be something exciting to talk about. There's a lot of amazing announcements that were made there. There was also a lot of interesting conversations surrounding it. Some people loved it. Some people hated it. Some people thought it was just an advertisement junkie kind of show. But I guess we'll talk about that. We'll deep dive that a little bit. Today, I do have Halo Infinite legendary campaign gameplay running for you all in the background. I decided to only do the beginning of the game. So if you haven't experienced the beginning of the game, you might want to close your eyes and just listen on the audio form or whatever the case. That's why I like having YouTube Premium, because I can do those things and it's an amazing thing.
Close your eyes, everybody.
Just close your eyes. Just imagine it. But so yes, I do have legendary gameplay going. I kind of wanted to show you guys what that kind of looked like. I know everybody else has been showing their own kind of gameplay and kind of walking through it. But I wanted to put this up here just to kind of give you what the first couple hours of the game are going to kind of feel like if you're on the fence. So with that being said, again, welcome to episode 37. Another thing that I want you guys to know, man, halfway through the show, we will be announcing one lucky winner for the custom PlayStation 5 controller or series controller by the wonderful guy named Wandering Dutch, who also represents us as part of the Midweek Mix Up Collective. Shout out to those boys over there who will continue to let us be us and give you that live, raw, uncut, authentic, passionate conversations and that game talk that we always bring you to give you that energy boost that you need to get your weekend started. And as I like to say, sheesh. But Pong, man, I got to pass it back off to you. Tell the people about your week, man. How you been feeling? What you been into? And are you excited about anything else this week?
No, it's a dead week, man. So, nothing's been going on. And, I've just been kind of chillaxing and not doing anything. No, it has been, again, as always, busy, a real life week. But I did get some gaming in, obviously. Jumped into Halo, because obviously you got to. Right. So we're going to talk about that later. I tried out some of the demos. Don't forget, people, as you are no-lifing Halo, there is other games out there. And ID at Xbox put out, I think, something over 30 demos as well, which you can find on the store. Something for everybody in there to try out from some of the smaller studios. So I did dive into some of those as well and tried those out. Some really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Loop River, if anybody is looking for a puzzling old school RPG, action RPG, but in the old 8-bit style, and you don't mind that top down, check out Loop River. It is very cool. Very, very cool. That's all I'm going to say.
Right.
just try it. It's awesome. Again, it's a demo. It doesn't cost you anything to just give it a whirl. Also, Blind Fate, which is Steel and I were talking behind the scenes.
Yes.
I think Steel needs to get on this game when it comes out. But this is a 2D action game where you are a samurai ninja in the future, like a cyberpunk setting. But it is hard for me, at least. Again, don't take everything I say, because different things hit for different people.
Right.
But man, what a cool setting, and it is already extremely polished. This game is ready to rock and roll. Blind Fate is another one to check out. There's also a RPG on there called The Last Orikuru.
Okay.
AA for sure, but well done. I'm not keen on the voice acting so far, but I've got to spend some more time with it. But the demo is over 50 gigs.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a huge demo.
Yeah, it is. And it is heavily narrative focused, which for a small team, we get these AA RPGs, but they're not all the time fleshed out as far as narrative goes, because that takes a lot. This story, as far as what I jumped into, like I said, I'm not keen on the voice acting so far. But from a lore standpoint, this thing is fleshed out from what I've seen so far, like a lot. There's a lot of talking to it. So just got to the combat kind of training portion of it.
Right.
So haven't deep dived it yet as far as skills and that kind of stuff goes, but 50 gigs, they're giving us a lot to play here, I gotta assume. So but yeah, check that one out. Last Orikuru, if you're looking for something, but you got to make room because it is big. So pause. That sounded awful. Anyways, but no, man, it's been a great week. Mav and I were lucky enough to have PM in the PM on Thursday. So we went through the Game Awards, 5-hour show because the Game Awards were long. We did a 5-hour show. It turned into PM in the AM, basically. We went to midnight. So, but it was a great time. Look, it's a golden age of gaming, man. Gonna say this nonstop here. I'm blown away this week, Steel. Like my you already know, because you yourself are the same way. Excited for this generation of what we're about to see.
100%.
And we both knew here, at least when you come to Living Splitscreen, you are going to know that we both saw what was coming down the pipeline, but to have a chance to start actually seeing it and actually interacting with it, Matrix Awakens is on another level, right? You get the feeling that this is going to be a special generation, that how it started is by no means a view of what we're going to see at the end. And that happens for every game generation. But this one here, what we thought might be only a small leap or, little jumps, not you and I, but I'm just saying a lot of people. No. With tech like Unreal Engine 5 in the works, in its infancy still, and what we just got to witness this week, whether it was the Hellblade 2 trailer, we got to see a taste out of the Stalker 2 stuff too, which is coming early next year. But then to get interactive demo from Epic Games in the Matrix Awakens, and to really start to get a chance to kind of really get hands-on with this tech, man, my hype for this generation.
What's crazy to me on that point right there that you're making is that usually the consumer does not get the opportunity to really look at all these details that can be in the game. You literally can go in the game and look at the different lighting cycles, how rotate the sun. It was interesting to see how the sun rotates on its axis and everything. Yeah. But rotate it, see how the light bounces off on different angles. Not only that, you get to see the polygons, how the AIs come in. You get to see all the movement. You get to see all the polygons. You get to see all the triangles, like everything.
The nanite technology.
The nanite, exactly.
They're giving us an inside dev look at what's going on, which is crazy.
Typically, you don't get that unless you have a PC. And the fact that they're giving people on all consoles, current generation consoles, so series consoles or PlayStation 5, that is insane.
And not PC. Not PC. The PC Master Race does not get this, which is crazy too.
That is true, but at the same time, it's one of those things. Like if you really wanted to, I'm pretty sure you could probably we'll probably end up getting it at some point or whatever the case. But the fact that it's available to you on consoles, I feel like is a bigger point than people may be thinking, and I don't think it's something small or something to overlook. So just keep that in mind as we roll through the show. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, cool, man. You know how we roll here, man. You're allowed to interrupt anytime. No, I mean, it's just been a special week to have a lot of kind of things come together, be able to have, the Halo campaign drop and be able to start playing that after all these years of not having a Halo and it being something new and fresh. And getting excited about that, and then having the Game Awards on top of it give us a glimpse as to what the future holds in this industry. Boy, oh boy, it is the golden age of gaming. This is going to be one hell of the next 10 years, as I've been saying now at this point, what we're going to get down the road. So I am hyped. I am happy to be here to talk to my brother from another, because you and I are on opposite schedules. Even with your days off, you had 4 days off, real life, plus everything else going on. We are on opposite schedules. So you and I have not been able to talk since last week. So I'm excited to be here. Chat, you guys are all looking beautiful. Thank you for showing up. Like Steel said, going to do that controller giveaway live during this show. So thank you for joining us for episode 37 of Living Splitscreen. I love you all. I have not been not been in chats as much as I'd like to be anymore. Have not been on Twitter as much anymore because work is just, hey, I got to pay my bills. And so right now that's where my focus is. But to get to come here on Saturday morning with you, Steel, and to talk to everybody is special. And this is a great week, man. This is a great week for that, because I'm excited, if you can't tell.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's quite a few amazing things happening, and kind of just to roll into my week and just kind of touch on some of the things that you were saying too. I'm right there with you, man. I think that this generation is going to be, every generation we say, man, this is going to be better than the last generation. Oh man, there's going to be all these advancements. I think this is going to be the first generation where we look back on it and we say, wow. And we thought gaming couldn't get any better. I think it's going to be one of those moments where we look back and say, man, I think it's going to be another one. Hey, I don't know how we move forward from here. But at that point, I think it's going to be legitimate. Oh, man, I really don't know how we move forward from here, because we're already touching the fabric of photorealism. Yeah. If you don't feel that way about Hellblade, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? It leaves me completely speechless, because just to throw a little smoke early, to say that Horizon looks better, I guess can be subjective. It's subjective. It's art. But at the same time, we have to keep our eyes open and be completely obvious and be honest with ourselves when games have different art directions. Photorealism and a game that looks like it's a game, which Horizon does. It looks like you have fictional characters, and it looks great. It looks great. Nothing against it, but it's completely different art style, and that's okay. But I feel like it's disingenuous to try to compare the two to each other. Like, compare Horizon to God of War. Then
we know it.
They have similar art styles, but
intellectually dishonest, man.
That's a completely different conversation. There's a little smoke before we get into some of the things that we will get in early. So you guys already know we got to give you that get some help segment. But
yes, we do. Yes, we do.
But yeah, man, my week has been very interesting. Life has definitely been very interesting, to say the least, for sure. Now on the gaming side of things, it's been all about Halo for me, man. Halo Legendary has kind of taken over my life. I know a lot of people were saying, oh man, we're missing cosmetics and this, that. I've actually found quite a bit of cosmetics through the campaign and everything, so that's been really good. I actually found, people were saying, oh, you're running around with an ashy Spartan, you got to pay to not look ashy. They actually have some decent color choices. I actually found of red that I was actually satisfied with, since I'm an Iron Man fan. I wanted my Spartan to kind of reflect that, and I got this red kind of chrome looking skin or colorway that I got from the campaign.
I haven't even looked at the campaign skins, so that's good to know, man. Yeah, I haven't played multiplayer, so I can't. Yeah, okay, cool.
So
cool.
They got some interesting things in there. As far as like colorways, banners, emblems, things like that. There's some cool things in there. I'm satisfied overall because I found the color that I wanted. I'm no longer Team Ashley Spartan, as the Iron Lords like to recall it as. But it's been a really good time, man. There's one thing that I'd like to say, and it's as far as like playing on Legendary, because I've played every Halo on Legendary by solo, because that's just always been my experience. The one thing that I'll kind of take away from it before we dive into it later, I do kind of feel like this version of Legendary in Halo is a little bit easier.
I've been hearing people say that.
And I only...
3-Bit's the only one who said he doesn't think so. Per se.
The only reason I say that is because, yes, as far as like taking damage and everything, no, it's pretty much the same. But I think what they did here is that they made the gameplay feel so, not necessarily tight, but they made it feel kind of carry over from the multiplayer, where headshots matter. Where in previous games, it didn't matter where were you shooting them at. You could shoot them in the head all day. They still took a while to die. Whereas in this game, they really take the aspect of, if you're hitting your shots, they're gonna reward you for that. You have the ability to kill the enemies faster, so which is something that's not really been in Legendary before. So I think that's what makes it easier. So if you're good with your movement, if you can stay away from getting blown up by random frags that the enemies throw at you. And as long as you can hit your shots, the game rewards you for that. Now, do you still take a hell of a lot of damage? Oh, hell yeah. Do the enemies chase you down if you try to hide and try to get your shield back? Oh, hell yeah. They're relentless. They're not going to just stay away from you, and no, they're not going to do that. But I think that's what I was talking to my brother a little bit, because I brought that up to him. He was like, because me and him both do the same thing. We played a Legendary first time around, and I was like, hey man, don't you feel like this Legendary is a little bit easier? He was like, I don't know if it's easier. I just feel like they reward you for your headshots, versus that's something that's never existed before. So I guess that's the main thing. But we'll talk more about that later. But other than that, it's been pretty much it, man. A lot of Halo. I'm probably anywhere between 10 to 15 hours in. I'm getting probably in the middle of the game, about maybe getting close to being 3/4 in through the game. Again, this is probably going to be another 25, maybe 30-hour experience for me. Again, when people say, oh, the game's only 6 to 8 hours long, that's also subjective. Don't let people tell you how long a game is going to actually be. Also, Halo hasn't traditionally been a fucking 40-hour, 50-hour story game. It's never been that way. Again, I take this as a spiritual reboot of some sorts. So, but we'll talk about that and deep dive that and everything. With that being said, again, some of the things that we will be talking about, we do want to talk a little bit about Sony. They have some interesting things that went on this week, along with letting go of some people and also getting some acquisitions in there. We're going to have some Halo talk, and then also get into our feelings about the Game Awards and some feelings, thoughts, and some excitements that we have there, because I've been hearing a lot of up and down conversation about that. So with that being said, though, Pong, you want to lead the people to victory, and we start off with letting them know what they can look forward to in this upcoming week?
Yeah, why not? Let's do it, brother. Let's do this.
Get to it, man.
Let's get down to it. So we've got the week of the 13th coming up here, or the 12th, or yeah, the 13th. So let's start there. Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon for PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. No Xbox, which is strange because Shovel Knight is on Xbox. So interesting there. Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon. I think I ended the show last week on that one. So yeah, you guys already heard about that one, but that's coming Monday, December 13th.
Be ready for it.
That's right. December 14th. Guess what? Among Us. All of you sus people out there been waiting for Among Us. It is finally showing up on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One. Was it not already on PlayStation? Is this one of those? Is this one of those Game Informer mistakes? Because I thought this was just coming to Xbox.
No,
now.
it was on PC, iOS, Android, and Switch.
Okay. All right. Cool. So it is finally coming to PlayStation and Xbox December 14th. So I know a lot of people still playing Among Us. We just got the Among Us VR announcement during the
that was actually
Game
interesting.
Awards.
Yeah,
that was interesting. Like I asked Mav, I don't know how I'm going to feel about killing another person in VR.
Yeah, that sounds kind of weird.
So, but I'm not a VR guy anyways, but I thought that was a little strange. Anyways, Among Us, December 14th, a lot of people excited for this one. Shout out to Fancy, of course, Caitlin. She is definitely an Among Us player. So don't send me the invite. You already know I'm not going to play Caitlin. Just don't send me the invite. And then we got the Smurfs are back, people. Smurfs Mission Vileaf Smurf Fantastic Edition is hitting PlayStation 5 on December 14th. Love me some Smurfs, man. Grew up on the Smurfs. I will always have a special place in my heart for the little blue fellas. So that is coming December 14th. Alien Isolation, a game that a lot of people love. I could not do it, but it is coming to Android and iOS on December 16th. I don't know how they pulled this off. I'm kind of interested in seeing how they made this work, but that is showing up this week as well. Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade coming to PC December 16th. All you PC Master Race, you guys get to finally enjoy the first part of an incomplete game. That's just my own personal opinion. Is finally showing up on PC, but still no Xbox announcement, which is sad, of course. But that is December 16th. We got another Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, PC. Whatever. If you play Five Nights at Freddy's, more power to you. Not my style of game. But that is coming December 16th. I don't know how that thing keeps living on, but it does. So another one's coming. And then we've got the Gunk coming to Xbox Series consoles, Xbox One, and PC December 16th. Already got it pre-downloaded. Been hyped about the Gunk for a while. Of course, this is a console exclusive for Xbox. Cannot wait to jump into this world. It looks cool. They've shown off the Gunk a lot, and a lot of people are waiting on that one. So cannot wait. But that is it for this week. Obviously, it's probably an impartial list, but that's kind of where they end. So I don't know what else is coming out. Steel, you remember anything else that we know for sure is coming out next week?
That we know for sure? No. Again, I mean, we typically go off of what Game Informer kind of shows us on a week-to-week basis, just because they usually have the most solid and complete list. Again, now there may be some things in between that may be missing, and I definitely want you all to let us know if we are missing something to that nature for sure. But in the case that we're not, I think we're good to go. I think for the most part, we definitely hit all the games on a week-to-week basis.
Let me check Xbox Wire real quick for next week and see if we've got anything coming in there. Obviously, Among Us is coming to Game Pass. For anybody who did not know that will be Game Pass next week as well. So you get to download that. Let me see here. Gunk is Game Pass for anybody who was not aware of that situation. And let me see if there's anything else that they've got. No. I mean, the rest of the stuff looks like all PC. So, yeah.
Hey, that sounds exciting, man.
Hey,
again,
look, we've been overflowing with games, right? So they have dropped so much on us that it's been ridiculous. But we are full-fledged in the holiday season now, so kind of all the big stuff is out. There's not much left going on for the end of the year. Starting up in January, we get some stuff again going. So, but that's it for right now. Steel, before we jump into things,
man,
who has been joining us this morning in chat? Because I've seen a lot of freaking great people in there. You gonna give some shout outs?
Yeah, man. You know, we gotta give some shout outs to the people because y'all are here on a week-to-week basis, most of y'all, and that's an amazing thing. And again, it's one of those reasons why we've made some adjustments on the back end as far as the giveaways go, because I mean, we try to follow through with some people. They haven't really hit us up. We try to set some stipulations and things. That hasn't quite worked out. So I want the people to be rewarded for being here. And again, we will be giving away that custom controller, at least a winner for that. And then we'll get you connected with Dutch and everything. As far as getting that made and done for you, I do believe that it is going to be a custom controller of your choosing. And then Dutch is going to do the customization and everything for us. So definitely be on the interest for that. And again, it's not just Xbox and it's not just PlayStation. It's either or. So you'll definitely have your choice on that. But just to shout out some people, Retro Nerd, Tony Grosso, Parent Pluck, Capper Grant, Crazy Louie. He's always fresh in the shower, making sure he gets that shout out.
Louie, how many showers do you take, by the way, brother?
Hey,
how many showers? You were in the shower last night, and now you're in the shower this morning doing videos.
Hey, I told Pong you do at least 3 a day. At least. Retro Nerd, what's good? Fuzzy Belvedere, my Forza brother, what's going on, man? Hey, man, that's something else that we got to kind of talk about, because I kind of have my reservations with Forza at this point. Not necessarily reservations. I've been having some performance issues.
So have I. Since that last update screwed up things. Performance
issues and then just online issues. Again, I think it's more so... I think the number one negative from carrying it over with the previous gen consoles is that it's caused, and it may just because we're adjusted to the faster load times and everything, but it's kind of getting to the point where it's kind of getting ridiculous to where like the load times between matches are like kind of unbearable, or even just to get into a match. I tried to play online, do like a ranked race or whatever the case, and it took me like damn near 10 minutes to even start my first race. And I was just like, and I'm being literal, like 5 to 10 minutes it took me for that race to start. And I was like, oh, wow, this kind of really takes me out of the experience. Where it was like in Forza Horizon 4, I don't recall that being a problem. Like if I got into a race, I got into a race and that was it, and it loaded up pretty quick. And, was everything perfect? No, but at least it worked consistently. Whereas like now, it seems to be showing some face. Now, I've seen people out there saying, oh, well, Forza didn't have enough time to breathe. Sure, but there's also some other things that need to be worked on the back end. And it's, again, nothing taken away from how great Forza is overall. I am glad that it won the award for best audio, because it does. I have some of the greatest audio. I know people say, oh, it's just a car. How else is cars? Nah, I mean... Hey, if you're at least somewhat familiar, you do know that attention to detail for sounds in vehicles.
Oh, Steel, you got to be a hardcore car guy, man. You got to be a hardcore car guy to understand.
Hardcore. Yeah, but so like them getting that 100% kudos. I still think they were robbed. I mean, of course, got best sports game or whatever the case might be, which is
sports racer. Oh God,
whatever. Yeah. What else is going to win? But we'll talk about that stuff when we get to it. Shout out some more people in here. Hurt Talk Vin. What's going on?
Back from the dead's in here.
Psychonauts. Ooh. Yep. Rick Payne bringing the pain. What's going on? Sour Blow Gaming. Tony Grosso. Nix. What's going on, my guy? Who else we got in here? Man, we got Black Card. What's going on? Oh, Black Card, hey? Let me know if
Black Card, hey.
Which way we gotta say it. I like that a little fancy schmancy talk to it. Black Card Day. You got the E at the end, man. Gotta make sure it sounds a little extra fancy. Craig Simmons, what's going on? Fat Boy Horror. We love seeing you here on a week-to-week basis. Smitty Smith, the man who puts the church back into every chat that he brings.
Salute, brother. Into. Salute.
What's going on, man? Saw you jumping in here saying good morning. Appreciate that. Pang. He must be your cousin, Pong. Pang 911.
He might be.
The other barber, what's going on? Casket Repair stopped in here. What's going on, my guy? Who else we got in here, man? And then UK Dazrus to stick him, to Stig himself. What's going on, man? What's going on, man? How y'all doing? Look, man, it's wonderful to have y'all here. I'm glad that y'all come here on a week-to-week basis. Hey, if y'all don't know, get the show out there, man. I know we do have another show that kind of goes hand in hand with the same time we do, but with that being said, I still feel like we bring that live, raw, uncut, authentic, organic passion and that energy boost that you need to get into your weekend.
Look who just showed up. First of all, Matty Burns, good to see you, brother, before you do your special.
Matt Barnes. What's going on, my guy? But I got a shout out. Joe Dunmore. What's going on, my guy? She said, Steel, how do you feel? Joe, I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm feeling good, feeling great. It's been another exciting week. Halo has been able to touch my touch feels that I haven't felt in a while, and I've been having nothing but a good time with it, man. So we'll definitely talk about that later. But with that being said, I guess we gotta get into these topics, man. We want to talk about some things. I know you said you wanted to touch a little bit on some of the Sony stuff. We definitely want to get that stuff out there. They were able to actually do some of the things that I feel like Activision should be doing right now. Activision Blizzard getting to go Kotick off that high horse, but. Former Sony PlayStation exec is under investigation after appearing in pedo sting video. Snap. And guess what Sony did? They got him the fuck up out of here.
Yep.
Hey, man. See, these are the type of things that you really want to see happen when you see things like this go on. Again, this is unacceptable. This is the guy, if you want to see his face, he even got a PS5 shirt on. Does he look like a creep? He just don't they
all look like creeps when they get caught? They all look like creeps.
Maybe.
They all do.
But look, his shirt's like extra ashy. What's he been doing in that shirt, man? He look like he been sweating a lot in this shirt. Thinking about all these pedo stings he's been in here recently. Sorry. But I just want to give
allegedly.
This not allegedly. I think he's been caught red-handed. But we want to talk a little bit about this to start off with, because I do feel like this is a excellent example of what should be done when things like this happen. Now, if it comes out to not be true, then hey, man, hopefully he can get his job back. But there has to be some semblance of truth to this. You just don't get put into a pedo sting for nothing. Like, that's just, these are people, usually when stuff like this happens, there's somebody who's already doing research on you, somebody who's already investigating you, and finally had enough information to actually solidify it and do something. And that's kind of where at the stage where we're at now. So I want to touch on this a little bit. So Sony's senior vice president, also this is coming from CNET, shout out to CNET. CNET has also always given me good information since I can remember. I've trusted CNET now. Have they always put out good articles? No, but I can say that about any publication. But to continue, a Sony senior vice president who worked on the PlayStation Network was fired from his position after being caught in an amateur pedophilia sting video. Whew, amateur too, that's crazy. San Diego police confirmed Thursday he is now under investigation. George Cacioppo was allegedly trying to arrange a meeting with a person claiming to be a 15-year-old boy. According to a video posted December 3rd by the YouTube channel People vs. Preds, which is actually a very interesting channel. They do their research. They do really good work actually out that way. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, if you pay attention to some of their content, it's actually kind of crazy the amount of work that they put on the back end to really solidify some of this stuff. And that's why I'm saying, like, this isn't just, oh yes, he's under investigation, but I can tell you guys right now, there's a lot more there if they're jumping on it, like solidifying it and everything. So, but to continue, Cacioppo has been a senior vice president of engineering at Sony for the past 8 years. And according to his LinkedIn profile, he has been fired after allegedly appearing in the video. We are aware of the situation, and the employee in question has been terminated from employment, Sony said in an email statement Sunday. Also, go on a little bit just to give you some details before we dive into this. In the video, a cameraman is seen walking down the street at night toward a house. A person who appears to be Cacioppo, wearing a PS5 shirt, is standing outside the house. The cameraman then speaks to Cacioppo, referring to him as Jeff. As the cameraman asks more questions, Cacioppo walks back into the house and closes the door, or refusing the answer. The cameraman proceeds to start yelling that he will call the police. Hey, man, a lot of interesting information here, man. Again, I guess we'll end up finding out if there's going to be some real truth to this situation. It is very sad to see that there is people out here that are like this. But it is also good to see that it is not going to be tolerated in any way, shape, or form. I know there's a lot of people, different forms of employment that I've kind of been through where they say, oh, we have a no tolerance rule. And anytime that your name is associated with something like this was definitely where that rule should come into play. There is no tolerance. You don't just get confused for somebody else sometimes. Now he could have just been some random guy wearing a PS5 shirt who happened to look like the dude. Yeah, I mean, sure, that could have happened. There could have been some wrong there. I don't think that that's the case. Again, usually when they solidify on these types of things, kind of comes to light like this, is a little bit more serious than people anticipate. But with that being said, again, Pong, how do you feel about this situation? Did they hit the nail on the head with this one? Is this kind of what Activision should be looking at, doing something similar to this, just to kind of avoid the smoke and really work on their back end? Or is it just something that we kind of continuously have to speak on throughout the industry, make sure it gets notice put on it, and we just have to continue talking about? What do you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, again, props to Sony for being quick about it, right? That's always the big thing. Like, there was no questions asked here. It's over with, right? And I think that in situations like this, you have to be decisive. And so shout out for Sony for doing it, because they could have come out, made a statement like, hey, we're doing our own internal investigation, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Which we've heard a lot of. And I should also mention a NVIDIA senior account manager was also caught up in this.
Yes.
And there's been no update on that, whether NVIDIA has gotten rid of him. Certainly not the same level as this guy as being an exec, but still, again, these monsters are out there, and they can be anybody in any place at all times. So I just want to give props to Sony for doing it right away. As the industry, we've got another story about Bungie this week and their environment. Look, this, like I said, this is a industry that was a good old boys club for decades. Decades. So the cancer is throughout the industry. Activision obviously being the most high profile, and we've talked about that extensively here. Again, Steel and I don't shy away from these topics. Other podcasts do, and again, that's their decision. I don't take away from their decision. I don't want to put shade on anybody for shying away from these topics. But Steel and I here, we will talk about this stuff. So props to Sony for doing it right. I wish Activision would do it. Again, a little different when you're talking about the top guy. Again, that's a different kind of scenario, but the results should still be the same, right? If somebody is doing anything like this or perpetuating that toxic nature, that cancerous kind of environment within a company as big as Sony, Activision, whoever, they should be gone. Okay, period. They should be gone. There's no, again, zero tolerance. There's zero tolerance for anybody underneath them, right? Again, you're talking about, a programmer or anything else, for a fact they aren't going to be protected. So why are the top people protected? Well, there are money issues involved. There's contracts, all this kind of stuff, but it should not matter at the end of the day. What's done is done. You should clean house. Okay. So again, props to Sony for doing this. And I hope this sets the example going forward. It's rampant. Okay. If you think you can get away from it, unfortunately, that's just not the case, because it's rooted deep, right? It's rooted deep in the culture of video games. And there's a lot of companies that are putting in a lot of great work to change that. We see that all the time, but yet you're going to find pockets of this stuff everywhere. And again, when you're talking about workplace stuff versus, somebody accused of, predatory behavior on a child, it's different because it's not within the company per se, but at the end of the day, the results have to be the same. That person should no longer be employed for you. Again, it couldn't have gotten worse for Sony. Him wearing a PS5 shirt on top of it. It's not good. Like this is a nightmare for your team, right? To have something like this happen. But they did the right thing, and they got rid of him instantaneously. And I hope that we see more of this going forward. When this stuff comes out, these people are not kept around, protected. Don't circle the wagons. Look, if everybody's got a right to prove their case, right, in a court of law, everybody's got their right to be innocent until proven guilty. But when you are caught red-handed, when the evidence against you is insurmountable, there's no need to wait for that stuff, right? There's just no need. Again, there's people who will accuse others as a revenge tactic, and we have to be wary of that as well. There's fraudulent cases out there. We've seen that happen time and time again through the years. But when it's an open and shut case, when you are caught on camera, right? When you are caught on camera, it's over with, right? You gotta do it, man. You gotta get rid of that person, because there's no excuse, and there's no coming back from that. So over and done with. Happy Sony did this so quickly, and glad to see it. And hopefully, again, the industry will take note. And in these cases where they are just black and white, it's like, hey, man, you can't say anything that's going to change my mind on this one. Then just be done. Be done. So good on them, man. Good on them. Props to Sony.
Yeah, and again, I know a lot of people don't like to touch on these types of things because it's just not, it doesn't directly deal with gaming. This happens everywhere. And again, like me and Pong, I kind of promised to y'all, promised to our community, man, anytime that something like this comes up, we're going to speak on it just because it is a problem. That's the bigger picture, right? Again, we pride ourselves on being, at least I believe I can speak for Pong on this aspect too, is that we pride ourselves on being able to look at the world overall, to look at everything that's going on, not just this bubble or just this space or whatever the case, and kind of bring that to y'all. It's an important thing because if we don't continue to address it, if we bury our hands in this under the sand and say, hey, well, it doesn't have anything directly to do with me, or it's not anything new, or that does not change anything. And I'm one of those guys where it's just like, okay, well, if you're not going to do anything behind it, then stop talking. And this is one of my ways to do something about it. We do have people who are actively, again, who are doing the research and doing the work behind the scenes, which has why it's gotten to the point that it's gotten. People versus Predators and everything are on top of it, getting people exposed. But we live in a world where the workplace should still not be filled with these types of things, especially in gaming. And it is sad to me to constantly hear that devs in this industry do not typically last longer than 5 years. And when you put that in the aspect as if you're over the age of 18, and you would think that when you're working somewhere for 5 years that you're going to get some value, you're going to get some not necessarily like you deserve anything or whatever the case might be, but you would think that company has some sort of value for you, whatever the case might be.
I mean, like integrity.
There you go.
So you would think a big company would have that integrity to protect you in your job.
Something to that nature, exactly. Especially when you're the one that is churning the butter for them, right? If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be nothing else. And of course, they're going to say, "Oh well, we can replace your dime in a dozen." And honestly, I don't feel that way. Every one of these people are artists in their own right, and if you mess with an artist, if you get them off of their artistic ability, get them out of that mindset, they'll never be the same, which is why we see these short dev cycles as far as like actual people go, which is I think is a big negative. Now, do we get new people and new creatives in all the time? Yes. Is creating games hard? I believe so, from what I've heard and all the interviews and things that I've researched that I've done over the years. It only makes sense. But for us as podcasters, to us as enthusiasts, to us as gamers overall, we just have to pay attention to the bigger picture, make sure that we can consistently speak on these things, so we can help not only build a better environment for those people, but for us overall as gamers within this ecosystem. That's the bigger picture. It needs to be there's always going to be toxicity and things, but we can try to make it as safe as a place that we can make it for the 3 billion people that we're trying to reach. And that's the bigger picture. So I just don't want people to lose the focus on that. That is the point of us bringing this up. That's kind of where we wanted to leave with that. Before I get into this Valkyrie Entertainment acquisition, which is, I wanted to lead with some bad, then lead us to some good, right? Because this is something else that's it's an exciting thing. This is something else that I think is going to be a PC play for Sony. again, holding credence, I've said it here, that y'all are crazy to think that the day and date games aren't going to come sooner than you guys are anticipating. I personally feel like some people feel like they're too entitled to their plastic box to allow the ecosystem to grow, and you're being more of a factor than an actual factor to what we're trying to do here. There's a good thing that Sony does not listen to y'all. It's a good thing that a lot of most of either Microsoft or Sony don't really listen to the hardcore like that. I mean, yeah, of course they take things into consideration and everything like that. But as far as making money moves, as far as making decisions that's going to send the company in the right direction, I am glad that they do not take the majority of y'all serious. Because like we say here all the time, the clown show is always in full force. People need to get some help. But kind of wanted to lead up a little bit here before we get into that conversation. I'm going to pass it back off to you, Pong, before I lead into some further things here. I'm kind of in between whether I want to lead with IGN or Game Rant. What do you think, Pong? IGN or Game Rant? I'm not a big fan of IGN here recently, but as of recent years, but what do you think? Game Rant or IGN, Pong? I'm gonna let you make the choice as my host.
Game. Well, you know what? Let's do IGN.
IGN?
Let's do IGN. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Hey, look. BitCloud just joined IGN.
Hey,
Shout out to BitCloud.
hey.
Great member of the community. IGN has brought
Shout
him
out
on
to
board.
him.
So
Facts.
listen.
Love. My Zoid
IGN is what it
himself.
is.
Nice.
But let's do it, man.
Nice. Yo, Bit. Much love. Shout out to you, my guy. I've been paying attention to your content. You've been doing really good out there, man. I know you've been trying to stay out of the console war things, but you've been doing really well as far as representing your preference, right? And you do it in an intellectual way. You're about to smoke and everything, but at the same time, you love gaming also. You see the bigger picture and trying to address that bigger picture, and that's an amazing thing for me. So shout out to you, man. Nothing but love, nothing but love. You get nothing but praise from me for sure. Man, that's awesome. I love to see my brothers win, man. So IGN, this is going to be from an article made by Taylor Lyles, and I'm actually going to bring that full screen for y'all. This is talking about PlayStation acquiring its 5th studio this year, Valkyrie Entertainment. So PlayStation Studios head Herman Host announced they announced, I'm not going to say today because I believe it was a couple days ago. Actually, this was yesterday. They did this post December 10th.
Yep.
They announced it yesterday that Sony Interactive Entertainment has acquired independent developer Valkyrie Entertainment, making this the 17th studio under the PlayStation Studio umbrella, and the 5th acquisition the gaming giant has made in 2021 alone. Founded in 2002, for those who may not know, Valkyrie Entertainment is a Seattle-based game developer, best known for offering co-development services for several development studios. Valkyrie Entertainment's portfolio, and I think this is what you're going to find the most interesting because they have literally been kind of all over the place, consists of in the development of games such as Halo Infinite, Forza Motorsport 7, God of War 2018, and more. I believe the other ones, which I did want to touch on with Game Rant, they also touched on Middle Earth, Shadow of War, and League of Legends. Again, I wanted to
Valorant, Bloodlines 2, State of Decay 2.
There you go. There you go. Yep. Thank you. And I wanted to bring all these games up because that those are some big titles there. If they had some hands in that, I think this is going to be actually a really good pickup for them, man. So, but to continue, more recently in September, the studio announced it is helping Santa Monica Studio with the development of God of War Ragnarok, which is slated for 2022. All right. Then Valkyrie Entertainment is a highly adaptable and respected studio, which has produced high quality work on a range of platforms from console to PC. I think this is one of the key points is that they do have hands on the PC side of things. And I think this may be an area that they will be focusing on. I think, I don't think that this is, they just want to bring them on to do whatever. If they're working hand in hand with Santa Monica, I think they're going to be trying to bring God of War Ragnarok on PC. If not day and date, I think it's kind of too early for that, at least, just because of how things are going and kind of their stride. If they don't try to do it day and date, I think it may be 90 days to almost 6 months apart. I know a lot of people feel like, oh, it's not going to be a year. It's going to be this. This is what I mean by either being intellectually dishonest or being intellectually honest with yourself. This is nothing but a good play. If they already have hands in PC, if they already have some semblance, I should say, of going from console to PC, they know the differences. They know what it takes. They know the work that is going to be necessary to get these things accomplished, and that is the bigger picture here. But go on. They goes on to say, and they also do a variety of styles from action to games as a service titles. Valkyrie diverse capabilities will be welcomed by every team at PlayStation Studios as we continue to focus on delivering extraordinary gaming experiences. I feel like that's another important part that Herman Hulst actually added into this conversation right here, at least in this piece. Valkyrie's diverse capabilities will be welcomed by every team at PlayStation Studios. Every team. This is why I think it's more so on the PC side of things. Every team. Not only do you have Nixes coming in to do a PC port, helping you do PC ports, but now you have somebody else that's also familiar and can also do that work with you. It's kind of been a side studio anyway that helps with projects. So some things are 2 and 2 starting to add into 4 now. But a little bit more, and then I'm gonna pass it off to you. Throughout the year, PlayStation has made several acquisitions, beginning in June with the acquisition of Returnal developer Housemarque. And in July, the company announced the acquired Nixes, a Dutch-based studio specializing in porting games to PC. Then they go on and say in September, Sony made 2 more acquisitions, the first being Firesprite, a developer best known for creating the Playroom and the Persistence, while the second was the long-awaited acquisition of Blue Point Games, best known for remaking Shadow of the Colossus and more recently Demon's Souls. Despite Blue Point's solid track record with the remaking classic games, the studio confirmed its next project will be an original property. All right, Paul. How do you feel about this whole Valkyrie Entertainment play? What do you think, at least from the aspect that it seems like Sony is doubling down, at least to me, on not only their secondary teams, but their in-house co-development studios, their in-house porting studios, their in-house trying to get the availability to PC sooner than later. At least that's what I get from this. Is that something? Do you see this as the same way, or what do you think? What do you think are some of the key important parts of this whole acquisition with Valkyrie?
Sorry for that cough. I thought I muted myself and I didn't hit the button. So sorry about that. Hey, look, Sony has done a fantastic job this year of rounding out their studios with support teams. Okay, it's not. I don't think it's just limited to PC, although this is going to definitely help in that area as well, Steel. I think overall what they're trying to do here is cut down on the production time that it takes to create a game, right? The cycle for Sony has been, with their studios,
right,
has been longer because of their games that they put out there and the polish they want on them, right? They can't have that cycle continue to be 4 or 5 years if they want to be able to put out content, especially if they are going to turn this Spartacus eventually into an actual Game Pass like service. They're going to need consistent content. We know that, right? They can't match what Xbox now has in terms of studio output, right? They cannot do that. They don't have the studios to do that. But what they can do is bring in these support studios that are veterans in this industry, that have worked across the board on all different types of titles, to lend help to their main studios to make sure that they're able to pump out games in a much quicker fashion. Right. And that's the big play here right now. Not to say that Sony's done acquiring, because I don't believe they are. I believe that they will probably get another 1 or 2 more actual studios that make their own IPs eventually.
Right.
But I think right now they're building up that core team and making sure that they have the in-house ability. So again, we've heard, Steel, right now the gaming industry is exploding, right? This is like, again, golden age of gaming here. It's very hard to find talent.
Yep.
And it's hard to find even third-party support talent to work on your big titles.
Yep.
So what do? You go out and just say, look, we don't want to have to do that search anymore. We don't want to have to rely on third-party teams. We're just going to go ahead and buy those teams and have them work on our first-party stuff constantly, right? That's what this is about. And I think this is a great play. They've done a great job this year of doing what they can do. Again, it's big bank versus little bank here when we're talking Xbox versus PlayStation.
Yep.
It's not the same
100%.
playing field, but Sony has done a great job going and getting these types of studios this year. You just listed off a bunch of them in order to beef it up to the point where they can get those games out quicker with the same level of polish that is expected of a Sony first party title without sacrificing, right? That's what they're really looking at doing here. And I think this is a great play. Love it. I mean, again, this team has worked on a ton of teams. I've seen people go, well, now Xbox has got to go start buying support studios. No, Xbox doesn't. Xbox
They have
has
support studios. That's the point.
They have so many people, so many devs in-house. Like after the ZeniMax buy, they doubled their size, right?
Yeah.
They have so many people right now. They really don't need these support teams. Yeah, I think there's a couple out there that would be good fits for Xbox. If they wanted to go that route, but Xbox is looking bigger, right? Xbox is looking for the bigger play because Xbox has so many studios with so much content coming out. They don't have to worry about that's time frame anymore, right? They don't have to worry if a game is going to take 5 years to come out because they're going to have 10 other ones ready to rock and roll in the meantime. Whereas Sony just does not have that output capability. So great move on Sony's part. Again, kudos to them for doing this. They're doing what they can with what they've got, and they're maximizing that capability. And that's important in business, especially when you are trying to compete with another company that has the resources that Xbox does now that they have become one of the main pillars of Microsoft, which is a $2.5 trillion on its way to $3 trillion, according to some experts, company, right?
Yep.
They're doing what they can with what they've got. And that, again, shout out to them. This is what we talked about, Steel. Jim Ryan came in, trimmed the fat, which a lot of people weren't happy about.
Yep.
But it was necessary for them to get lean and mean because they knew what Xbox was doing. And they knew the strategy going forward. And yes, it's going to take them a lot longer to change course, but they're doing that. And once they trim the fat, it created room for moves like this.
Yep.
And this was their plan. Again, they're not dummies over there. Okay. They did not become market leader by chance. Okay. Nah. Yeah. Microsoft, Xbox gave them a hand by stumbling out the gate last gen and doing what they did. Yes, that definitely gave them a boost. However, at the end of the day, Sony's been in this game for a long time.
Longer
right?
than Xbox.
Right. Xbox, officially, yes, correct.
Yeah.
I mean, Xbox was doing software, but again, from a standpoint of competing in this industry, Sony knows what they're doing. Jim Ryan was brought in for a specific reason to do the hard work that obviously they didn't believe Sean Layden would do. And that was to make some tough decisions. But this is the result. So now they go out and get these support studios. They have beefed up their teams. They are looking good. And again, if the dev cycle, the time cycle gets cut down because of this, and they can put out more content on a consistent basis, that's exactly what you want. So that's what this is about. But also to your point, Steel, yes, the PC side of things is looking real good as they transition to porting over their games in a timely fashion to PC now, which we know they're going to do, and that's going to get more and more important as we go forward in this generation. Yes, this will absolutely help there because Valkyrie does have experience with that as well. So yeah, shout out to Sony, man. Again, more props.
And again, that's why I enjoy not being a console-centric platform, just because we can't talk about these multiple different things. And then eventually when Nintendo decides to do something different, we'll talk about that too. Because, you know, I get tired of saying, oh, it's just Nintendo. No, it's like, that just isn't acceptable to me. Like, yeah, we can continue to say that, but I don't... in the community, I hate that. I hate when we do that, because it's just like saying, oh, well, enough is good enough. What are we going to do about it? Stop buying their shit. That's what. You can't, like, real quick, I just to go off on a quick side tangent, because this is something that bothers me. Shout out to Sony, and I love what they're doing. Again, Sony has to give me a reason to be invested. Xbox is always giving me a reason. That's on the service side of things, but I've always been more on the services side, due to me always being more involved with PC and everything. But when it comes, like, just to take it on a side tangent, for this whole Nintendo thing, we have to stop saying, oh, just because it's Nintendo and it's okay because they can do that. Yes, Nintendo is great because they are a toy company and they're seen that way, and that's what helps them sell. But just saying, oh, that they're Nintendo, what can we do? Stop buying their shit. Stop telling people, oh, speak with your wallets, and then you're the person that's not speaking with your wallet. That makes absolutely no sense. You can't say, oh, you know, it's just Nintendo, and then go buy all their shit. Stop. Unless you're just going to tell the people, be honest with yourself and say, look, man, I'm investing in Nintendo. Nintendo's doing some great things for me. I enjoy it. Just say that instead of saying, oh, man, yeah, it's not that great, but, you know, oh, well. No, man, like, you're defeating the purpose. You're defeating the point. They need to do better. Yes, can they rely on older IP? Sure. But why haven't they made a remaster of all their Legend of Zelda games? You know how much more money they could be making off of that? Y'all not going to say that that's not enough? Y'all want to talk about everybody else remaking old games? Why doesn't Nintendo put more effort in that? I mean, yeah, because we could say, oh, they feel like they don't need to, or whatever else the case might be. I just personally feel like it's not valuable to say, oh, they can't do anything. Oh, we can't do anything. Just continue to speak your mind. And if not, just be honest and say that you're happy with what's going on right now. You can't be the same person that's complaining about it and then turning around and buying the OLED Switch. The OLED Switch. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. But to each their own. I just want to take down a side tangent. You got anything that you want to kind of touch on as far as Nintendo is, since we're kind of going on a side tangent off of coming off of Sony?
No, man, you know me. I respect the hustle. They've created a fanatical fan base that will accept anything over there. They're happy in their little pond. You know, again, until Nintendo sees the bigger picture, until there's a philosophy change over there, it's going to be status quo. I mean, it's going to be the same old thing from Nintendo, but they're successful at what they do. They're okay, obviously, being the king of their own pond and staying in that lane. And they don't seem to have any ambition to try to move out of it. They're just, again, they're making Microsoft, Xbox has a like gigantic view, right? 2 billion, 3 billion gamers. They're going after them. Sony is transitioning to that because they've realized, because Jim Ryan's a money guy, they've realized, and Sony Corp, obviously being a corporation, also has that view. It's just that they don't know how to get there because they don't have the resources, but they're figuring it out, right? So they are starting to look beyond their capped market. Nintendo, they're happy with their capped market. They're making hand over fist. They make money on every single product they put out, right? From the hardware to the software to the toys, they are making money. So they're just happy with that. Nintendo's happy with being small, right? They're smaller comparatively speaking, right? That's what I'm saying. Nintendo's just happy with where they're at. So again, respect the hustle. That's what they're going to do. You're right, Steel. If part of the fan base is unhappy and wants to see a different Nintendo, then yeah, they're going to have to break away from the sheep mentality and they're going to have to stop buying things. But is that going to happen in reality? No, because Nintendo fans are Nintendo fans, right? So some of us left a long time ago, like me, and have not gone back. But, you know, even fun speculation. Shout out to Mav. Caitlin's in the chat. Mav's probably listening somewhere. Shout out to him. You know, he wants Nintendo to change, but what does he do? You know, he gets the FOMO because he likes Nintendo stuff, and they go out buy a couple Switches, right? It happens, right? That's how, unfortunately, human nature is what it is.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Steele. If changes were to ever happen to Nintendo, it's going to take a mass movement of people saying enough's enough. We want better, we want something different, and then Nintendo would have to wake up. But right now, I just don't see it. I just don't see it ever happening.
Right. And my thing is just be honest about it then.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Don't say, oh, I'm just getting it from my little cousin, or I'm getting it from my... Say, look, I like Nintendo. They get me with their older games. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nostalgia's a hell of a drug, man. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. And just to kind of move the conversation forward, shout out to Stubbs, man. Hopefully everything is going well for you, man. We were supposed to do Stubbs cast this week and everything, but we'll get some things rescheduled. It's basically where Stubbs, if you don't know who Stubbs is, definitely check him out. Stubbs Gaming on YouTube, or Stubbs on Twitter itself. He does some solid interviews with different people from the community, just kind of going into the backstory and everything. I also did one with the good old guy Spooky Sprocket himself. I haven't seen him in the chat yet, but we actually did a good one there too. It was kind of more on the rails and everything, because it's hard for me to talk about myself without there being some kind of form of order, or whatever the case, like going through it.
It was a great interview, though.
But
it was.
I appreciate that, man. I kind of felt like I was rambling a bit, but it is what it is.
That's what Spooky Show's about, though, man. That is Spooky Show. You just kicking back and you just talking, right? And
yeah,
it's a bunch of BS. I mean, we do that here too, but I'm just saying it's more focused on you personally. So you just kind of get in that mode where you're just talking BS. Man.
Right.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely good stuff.
I learned stuff about you I didn't know. So hey,
there you go. There you go.
It's important, man.
Hey, so that's good. That's what's up. And then, if anybody that's confused, look, it's another quick side note. Yes, everything that you see here, Living Splitscreen, is all of my design. I saw Split Difference making some comments and everything. Shout out to you, man. Everything is of my design. The artwork itself is not of my
I confused him. That was my fault. That was my fault. Shout out to Split Difference for showing up too, by the way, brother. Appreciate
shout out to you. I love Split Difference. Good, amazing people. Always has some amazing things to say. Always very active and everything. I love his thoughts a lot of the time. But yeah, just because I know people get confused with that. Again, it is my design. I did design everything, but the artwork is not of my own. I was just trying to get something that represented our community overall. This is what fitted. And I kind of just wanted to incorporate that into our overall design of the show. So for anybody that has those questions, because it's not just you, Swin, that's asked those questions, other people have also. And that's why I try not to take all the credit. Again, I am doing everything behind the scenes, but it's all good.
The man is more talented than he lets on.
So Pong says that, but it's just like, it's either here or there. All right. Well, I think we really knocked the Sony conversation out of the park.
I got two things. Two quick things.
What else you got?
Before we leave Sony, I got two more quick kudos for Sony this week. Okay, two more quick.
Yeah.
First, Yuhei Yoshida is a gentleman. He is a scholar.
Yes.
He is a classy individual, and I wanted to give a shout out. Look, if Sony already did him wrong by what they did by demoting him. Personally, this is my personal opinion. They demoted him after they got rid of Sean Layden. Okay. But being the person he is stuck by that company, continues to do great work over there.
Right.
But look, the guy, for anybody who didn't see this on Twitter, the Game Awards, obviously, there was a lot of people from all the companies in town.
Right.
He wound up at the same restaurant with a bunch of the Xbox execs, including Aaron Greenberg. I think Phil was there, etc. And Yuhei saw them and sent over a very expensive bottle of wine with his sign talking about congratulations on the Halo launch. Look, big shout out to him. Nothing but class. Aaron Greenberg put it out there and said the same thing, just always class from this guy. So I love to see that, right? So big shout out to him and indirectly Sony for continuing to hire that man. But if they ever screw up, Xbox better be all over that guy and bring him on board because the guy deserves everything. So quick shout out, kudos there. Second kudos is to, I saw some people up in the community this week upset at Sony for promoting Horizon Forbidden West during the Halo hype. Look, all's fair in love and war. Business is war. I give kudos to the Sony marketing team. Sony marketing has been at the top of their game for a very long time. I give them kudos for doing that. That's what you do. That is marketing 101. Okay. You take advantage of your competitor, bringing hype into the industry with a Halo launch. You know, everybody is going to be on social media talking about Halo. Everybody is going to be scrolling through their Twitter feeds.
Right.
What are you going to do? You're supposed to sit back and go, oh, let them have their moment to shine. No, it's not taking away from Halo. Nothing's going to take away from the King. You're just kind of jumping on the coattails a little bit and pushing your product out there and saying, hey, look, Horizon Forbidden West is coming. We got a new clip for you of some fantastic looking gameplay. That's what you're supposed to do. I wish Xbox would actually take more of this from Sony. They've been doing great lately, by the way. Xbox marketing is off the charts lately. But I wish they would jump on this train more often when Sony's got something big coming down the pipeline. Like when Sony launches Horizon Forbidden West next February, I hope Xbox has got something ready to rock and roll to promote themselves as well as everybody's online talking about Horizon Forbidden West.
Good point.
Right?
Talk about it. Yeah.
Right. So again, shout out to the Sony marketing team. They did what they're supposed to do. Yeah. They saw an opportunity and they took it. That's what you're supposed to do. Don't be upset. It's not taking shine off Halo. Halo is so gigantic. Nothing's going to take that shine off. Okay. All they're doing is saying, hey, everybody's going to be there. There's going to be a lot of eyes on Twitter. Let's promote our product. Okay. In the same space. Good for them. Good for them.
Competition.
I have zero issue with it. Look, get outside your bubbles, people. You know, you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to have those feelings. If you think that that's not, that's not classy or whatever.
Yeah.
Look, again, all's fair in love and war. Business is war. That's what it's about. Take advantage. Do your thing, Sony. Again, I thought it was great to see. And you know what? Those clips were looking amazing. I love what I'm seeing out of Horizon Forbidden West. So I didn't have a problem. I retweeted it. I think it's good. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well, Steel.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm right there with you. Again, you can't say that you want competition, and then when competition constantly shows its face, then it becomes a problem. Oh, it's something against it. Yes. Do we know that there's a stigma against Xbox overall? Yes, because they're the little brother of the gaming industry. I mean, if you look at it, they are. Compared to Nintendo and Sony, they're the little brother. They have been doing this for only a couple decades, 20 years. That's why this is a celebration and everything this year.
Yep.
Think about that. You know what I'm saying? For them to be the little brother in the conversation and be in the top tier, you know what I'm saying? Like, sure, again, we just had that conversation with Nintendo, but that's kind of its own thing. If you really want to push Nintendo off to the side, all you have is Xbox and PlayStation. Who else is competing in that space? Unless we're going to talk about streaming at that point, which then Google and then Amazon and then whoever else wants to get part of that picture. If they're not constantly trying to go back and forth with each other, that's why it's frustrating sometimes when people get so in their feelings about that shit, is because if it wasn't for each other, we would be fucked as a gamer.
Yeah.
We would be. Sony would be hitting y'all over the head like they're trying to do already this generation, sticking to their laurels and saying, hey, we can make them pay whatever we want them to pay. We can make them jump off of whatever cliff we can make them jump off of because we're Sony. It's the same thing that I've seen Jordan do to people for a long time, just over shoes. It's crazy what people do just for shoes. So when you take that, when you see things like that happen and then you take that into gaming, I can understand it. But if you want competition, don't be mad when competition shows up. Yeah. If anything, Nick's made an excellent point. Sony is cutthroat, and I'm impressed, but it's also very telling that they're fully aware of what Microsoft is doing, and it has Sony's attention. That is evident. Nick's, and I can't do nothing but agree with you 100% right there. That is the bigger picture. Again, The fact that Sony realizes, and it's not like this is the first time. There's a reason why PlayStation 4 did as well, is because they were paying attention. Because again, you do your research, Sony was going to do the exact same thing that Microsoft was doing. Exactly the same. But they saw the backlash and said, no, we're not going to do that. This is how you share games.
Right. Exactly.
It's competition, man. You want the industry to grow, they have to compete with each other. That's the problem with internet these days. There's not enough competition for internet providers. There's not enough competition for cell phone providers. There's not, like, everything is now being so consolidated and everything. It's just crazy to think about. Again, like Pong said, got to get out of your bubble a little bit. Look at everything from the bigger side of it. They know Halo is king. Why not show one of your king IPs, or queen IPs, I should say, to get people hyped for it, right?
Right.
I mean, obviously, Sony knows that Horizon is another face of their marketing campaign. It is. They put it on everything.
And so Sony realizes how dominant Xbox has been in the news space as far as on a weekly basis. It's been Xbox, man.
Yeah.
It's been nonstop for the past probably almost 6 months now. Like, it's been crazy how much they've done. Sony's aware of that. They're going to squeeze themselves in wherever they can, right? That's what they're going to do until they got one of their big home runs, Horizon Forbidden West coming for launch. They're going to do what they need to do to get their name in the picture, to continue to have people talk about them. It's nothing but strategy, man. I love this chess game. Again, yes, I'm just an armchair CEO. I don't know anything, but guess what? At the end of the day, it's still fun to sit back and watch these chess moves. That's what I love about this industry as well. So
exactly,
it's awesome. Yep.
Exactly. It's amazing to see, and we're only going to grow from here. And that's what, like, blows my mind every time that something like this happens, or when we see things like that happen. It riles me up, because it's like, okay, now I might get factions. Right. No, let me stop. Right.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Steel. But you can still hope.
Oh yeah, I can still hope. But yeah, it just holds credence, and hopefully one day we'll be having a different conversation. We'll be having that. How does Microsoft's and Sony's services fit into your gaming daily life? And what other games do you have the opportunity to play? Opens that spectrum up. So it's an amazing thing. Again, Sony's doing amazing things. Microsoft is also doing amazing things. The competition is more alive than it's ever been. And as y'all have kind of said in the chat also, I think that this generation, and again, like I've always said here, and now I'm hearing more and more people say it, this is the age of accessibility. That's what this is about. The more people that you can access it, the better off that we're all going to be. And it's funny, I started saying that, and the people heard you kind of say it too, and then now like all the big names are saying the same thing. I find that hilarious. But that's neither here or there. Yeah, y'all do y'all thing. Y'all got the audience y'all have. Y'all been doing this for a while. Me and Pong are just taking that RTS view, really looking at those darker places. But with that being said, some good, excellent Sony talk. I think it's time to really lead into the king now. Okay. Halo has been out here for a couple days now. It came out on the 8th, so it's been out for 3 days out at this point. Saturday, we're speaking on it. I am easily probably at least, I told Pong it's probably about 10 to 15 hours. I think I'm a lot more than that. I think probably about more so on the line, maybe 15, 20, probably along there. Into the campaign. Again, I am playing it on Legendary. As y'all can see from here, y'all might see me die quite a few times trying to, figure out how the enemies are going to approach the situation. And me being the head-on kind of guy I am, I like to get into the action. I'm classic like that with Halo. Get me into the action. Let me figure out what I need to do to really maneuver around the map. The grapple shot has added so much versatility. You want to talk about innovation, the way that they innovated this grapple shot, just the grappling hook mechanic into Halo and it feeling still organic is insanity to me. I did not think that it could feel as good as it does. And man, it feels amazing. But I'll get into that in a minute. Halo Infinite, man. For those who care about Metascores and everything, has about an 87. I know it was kind of off-putting to me. I think a lot of it is people who are giving it the lower scores, just trying to poo-poo on Halo overall. Because the majority that I've seen from a lot of the credible sites have given it over an 8, over a 9. And that's crazy to see from what we've come from at Halo 4 and 5 and people so being divisive about how they feel about the status of Halo. Everything that I've seen from beforehand, as far as the early insights we were getting from the campaign, the multiplayer beta that we've been playing, the flights that we have been getting, along with Halo seemingly, which we'll talk about that at the beginning of our Game Awards talk, but Halo also seemingly winning the Player's Choice Award, even though me and Pong kind of feel like technically it shouldn't have been there, but the fact that it was, and it won, not based off a campaign, based off of purely multiplayer experiences, the fact that it was put up there, I think speaks more volume that people want to give it credence. And that's something that we will touch on later, but I do want to kind of touch on that here now a little bit, just because before I get deeper into kind of my feelings with Halo and the story and everything. The King is back, man. For everybody that said Halo's a dead IP, they can't do anything, this game can't get any better, who cares about Halo? Damn, I think you guys are mistaken. You guys have been proven wrong in this set. I was hearing a lot of conversation that was frustrating to me that, if Halo's not over a 90 whatever, then it's a fail, it's a flop. And I made the comment on Twitter. Halo is the only game in the industry that has to do everything right for it to be considered a good game. Another good point I heard, it may have been Rand and Jez that were talking about it. I don't believe it was them. I think it was somebody else. I can't recall. But somebody else made the point that gaming metrics are also different in this day and age. The way people judge games are very different this day and age. A lot of people weren't expecting for Halo to even get as high as get an 80 or whatever the case that it's gotten, and it's very hard for a game to get a 90 or whatever the case. I don't think Last of Us should have got a 90 with it not having multiplayer that was promised. Again, that's to each his own. But the reason I bring that up is that you can't say that it's okay for one and then it not be okay for the other, right? Which kind of leads me into the whole campaign conversation. I know people docked points on it because it didn't have co-op, and co-op has kind of been a thing that's kind of been there the entire time, at least split screen and everything, as for your Halo experience. Like I've said here before, I honestly feel this game was not meant to be co-op. That was not their original vision. It wasn't. To me, playing the campaign and everything that I felt thus far, yes, is there instances where I say, man, it'd be cool to have a buddy here to traverse this world with? Yes. But at the same time, the game is not balanced enough for two people to be in the world. It's not. And I think that's why they delayed it, because it needs more work. Even on Legendary. If I had a buddy playing it on Legendary, we would be breezing through the story. If me and my brother were able to play this game together, we would be breezing through the story. Would we be enjoying it? Oh yeah, we would enjoy it for sure.
Steel, you're on another level with gamer though, not the average gamer.
I mean, yeah, for sure. But even for the average gamer, like I understand like the want for co-op, the feel for co-op, but being almost around, I'm gonna say 20 hours into the campaign on Legendary, almost 3/4 of the way through, I can tell, at least to me, it feels like the game wasn't originally designed for that in mind. It comes across as if they wanted to make sure the story hit the way that it needed to. That was the focus, for them to get the story right. And I want to let the people know they have done that. From the start of the game, and I know a lot of people feel divisive about it, and I'm not going to give any spoilers or anything here, but to me, as an avid Halo fan, someone who is invested in the story of Halo overall, I've read the books, everything, listened to them, everything. From the beginning, they hit me out the park. They hit me in the feels. They gave me the feels. They gave me the wow. They gave me the butterflies. They gave me the feel of what I expect for Halo. They nailed it out of the park. I know a lot of people feel like, oh, it wasn't that great or whatever. I'm gonna have to disagree with you. The way that they started off the story was absolutely amazing. Also, for me, there are some parts of the story so far that I feel like are missing, honestly. Just because there's a gap of space that they're trying to cover here between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite. And this is something that I feel like has always been not necessarily like a down factor for Halo, but I don't think that either Bungie or 343 understand the vastness of Halo and making sure that people understand or comprehend the story, the coherent story, right? Because you can't have people go to books. It's kind of the same. It's not as bad as like Bungie is with Destiny. With Destiny, it's completely like they really rehashed the whole story, right? So it's like with Bungie and Destiny, it's a little bit different because I really don't care for the Destiny story anymore. I have no relation to it. Don't care where it goes. I just care for the gameplay overall. Whereas with Halo, they still nail those story beats and everything, and it stayed consistent, but there's spaces in between that I need answers for, which I'm not going to get into details about. If we want to do a spoiler cast or whatever at some point, we may do that, or with whoever else may want to get involved. But I do want to let the people know from start to middle for where I'm at right now, they've nailed every story beat and making you feel as part of the universe, or making you feel like Master Chief in the best way that they possibly could have. I don't like the reference as far as like Breath of the Wild goes, as far as like how the open world is addressed and everything else. And I wouldn't say it's not like that at all. I can understand the reference, but it's more so just an open world Halo game. I know Rand and Jazz were kind of making this reference yesterday when I was listening to them, and they were saying it's more like traditional Halo, where you get into these open areas and you can kind of do whatever you wanted with the vehicles, traveling to different areas, getting to different peaks or whatever the case. But it's expanded. It's like taking those open areas of the traditional Halo 1 through 3 and then expanding them out. That's how it feels. It doesn't just feel like, oh, it's an open world game and a Halo and then Master Chief is in the middle of it. No, it feels like you have this world and there's a story taking place through it, but it's more so like the story beats fit within the world. It's still linear in a lot of ways, but it's also open for you to do other things. Go ahead, go help out this team. Go do this fob base, or go do this, or and all these things are an option. You don't have to do these things, but on your journey, it's kind of like you see that mountain over there. You got a grappling hook. You're like, let me see if I can get up there with this grappling hook real quick. And then you unlock some of the abilities. For an example, one of the abilities for the grappling hook, it gives you like I think it's a 40%, or I think it's 40%, either 40% or 20%.
40%.
Okay, 40% cooldown on your grappling hook. So now, before you know it, like in the beginning of the game, like, man, this grappling hook takes a while to come back. You get that upgrade, and now all of a sudden you're grappling hook, and then you're in midair, and you're like, oh, I got my grappling hook back. Up again. And the momentum and the way that the physics feel within the game, and this is for everything from shooting to jumping to some of the aerial combat. I was able to steal my first Banshee mid-air yesterday from a Wasp.
Nice.
That was an amazing thing. Again, like we say, it's like Battlefield. There's those Battlefield moments, but only in Halo moments too. Doing it with the grapple hook is something different, because there was multiple times where I missed. And I'll probably have that gameplay coming up within the next couple of weeks or so. But it was a couple of times where I missed the Banshee I was trying to get, and I'd have to grapple hook back to my Wasp before gravity pulled it all the way down to the point where I couldn't reach it anymore. So I was like doing this thing where I was like in between trying to get in. Banshee was fucking me up. You know what I'm saying? I'm died multiple times trying to do this shit because I'm just fucking around, really trying to steal this Banshee, because I'm just trying to see if I could be petty. I was just having fun doing that, and that just led me on a whole side tangent because I'm also looking for skulls and things of that nature, where I just kind of did some adventuring. And then overall, the world, this is the most alive Halo, like Halo ring that I've ever seen. From the wildlife, you see those butterflies that are in some of the bushes. I know it's little things. There's butterflies, little gophers that are running around, the other little animals you see running around. The world feels lived in. There's literally, this is a Halo ring. It kind of feels earthy a little bit. There is these bad guys here who are trying to take over the ring or whatever the case might be. But it feels lived in. It feels like there's somebody trying to take over the ring. It feels like you're trying to accomplish a goal. It feels like Master Chief is on this road to save everyone. That's how it feels. And from the beginning of the game, I've had those feels. For me personally. So far, I'm not going to rate the game or anything like that, but I'm definitely going to say this is hands down I'm not even gonna say some. This is hands down the best Halo that I've ever played. Campaign wise, best Halo that I've ever played. So from the start, best Halo I ever played. Now, so far, is it the best enticing story? Not so far, because there's some things that I really I want to be addressed or needs to be addressed. And again, I haven't beat the game yet. And I know there's a different ending for it if you beat it on Legendary 2. So I'm excited to see how that ends up going, so I can end up having those conversations. But this is the best feeling Halo, the best playing Halo, the best overall experience that I could have asked for out of 343. They have carried the mantle, and I am excited for this 10-year plan that they have. I am excited to see how they expand on the story, how they do this. I know some people were saying, oh, they could do it like Destiny. No, I do not do it like Destiny. I need like another story beat. I would like to get story beats every 6 months, maybe every 90 days. Maybe every time you put out a season, something like that. Every time you put out a new season, another story beat. Maybe another 8-hour campaign. I might be asking a lot. I could be asking a lot here. You know what I mean?
You are.
That is a lot.
That's okay.
Now, if they have to do it yearly, then great. That's fine. They can do it yearly. But I just think if you want to keep people enticed, if you want to keep people involved, of course, people are going to stay involved for the multiplayer by itself. As long as they keep making adjustments, yes, they're going to stay in tune for that. But kind of like what Halo 5 did with the Spartan Ops, where they drop missions and then you would go in with your team and then kind of go from there, giving you more of expanded out story. I kind of give you some back ends and things like that with your own little personal Spartan team, whatever the case. I want them to do something similar to that, but a little bit more fleshed out, right? I want them to be full expansions. I want them to reiterate continually iterate on this campaign because they have a really good thing here. I'm excited for it. I'm also excited to continue to play. Hopefully, I may end up beating it tonight. That's kind of where I'm at with the story thus far. Although I know there's some things I do need to get kind of knocked out today personally, but I want to pass it off to you, Pong, because I know I've been kind of hyped up, and there's some questions that you want to bring up as we get into it. Because I kind of feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but for you, as you always say, you're a casual Halo fan. But as someone who said, I think you said you put about 5 to 6 hours into the campaign thus far. You're playing on a heroic, which is actually, I got to give you kudos for that, man, because I was actually expecting for you just to play on normal, just to enjoy the experience. I know you like the challenge, but you also not like to be too challenged.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. How do you feel about the campaign? Did it pique your interest from the start, or are you kind of along the lines where it was the beginning was kind of weak, or it kind of built up from there once you got to the open world gameplay, as some people feel? How do you feel about it so far, being about 6 hours into it?
I'm loving it. Pure and simple. Look, yeah, I am the casual Halo fan. For anybody who doesn't know, this is a joke, but it's something I always mention because it's so. I feel it's important, just so people understand where my mindset is. I've been interested in the Halo campaign from the beginning. Obviously when I first saw Infinite, I played the other Halos. So I mean, again, the story never grabbed me like other stories have. That's why I call myself casual, because I'm not a hardcore Halo person. However, Infinite really struck a chord with me, and where the direction they were going. And from the beginning of this, I loved the opening scene to this game. I love the opening cinematics. I loved the story so far. I loved how they introduced what was happening. I really thought they did a nice job. And again, without going into spoilers, because I know there's plenty of people that may have not touched this yet, but I think they did a nice job of bringing the Halo Wars 2 into what we saw in Halo Wars 2, bringing it to everybody in Halo Infinite, because not everybody played Halo Wars 2, right? That was a niche, but we know that's where the Banished came from, right? The Halo Wars 2 introduced us to the Banished. That's why Halo Wars 2, if you have not played the game, because it's not your style, you're not an RTS person, I get it, but at least go watch. There's tons of people who've created the full cuts of all the cinematics from Halo Wars 2
Right.
to get you caught up on the Banished, right?
100%.
Because the Banished is one of my favorite antagonists ever created.
Yes.
With Atriox. Atriox is my god. I won't get into it. I'm interested to see where the story goes from here, because I don't necessarily agree with what they've done in the beginning per se with the Banished, but
Yeah.
but I want to say that there is the potential to expand upon that and do some things differently down the road. Obviously,
Which is what I'm speaking
again, once
to,
yeah. But at the same time, loved how they did it. Really brought that feel to it, really gave you an idea of what the Banished were all about, and who Atrox was, which again is right up my alley. So I love that. Love the first levels before you actually get into the open world. I think everybody kind of knows at this point, because so many reviews have been done, that it's more classic Halo, much more controlled, smaller environments, really gave you that Halo feel. And then they open it up into Infinite, I'll say, because then you get into the semi open world, whatever you want to call it. But I have loved every second of this, because we were talking behind the scenes still. For me, if you're going to give me a semi-open world, then I need to be able to tackle objectives how I want to tackle objectives. And that's what I'm doing. I've got the ability. The grapple shot the grapple has been around for a while now in games, right? We can go back to Bionic Commando in those days, of that kind of stuff. And it's
good game actually too.
Everybody's kind of had, or not everybody, but games that have used it have had their different iterations of it, in how it's actually used within the environment. What the grapple shot did for Chief is make traversal entertaining. It is not a chore to get around in this world. It is not a chore to see a spot on the map and get to it, right? Even if you don't have a vehicle available. And in fact, the grapple shot is more enjoyable than most of the vehicles in Halo.
Yeah, honestly,
For me, it really is.
Honestly,
there has been a very small period of time adjusting to the grapple shot in the game. Obviously, I played it in the flighting in multiplayer, but it's different, right? It's not the same as what you get to do in the single player. So for me, that adjustment window was a small, which is great. That means they did it right. Like, I got really used to it. Very easy to get around. So the traversal in this game is fantastic. Be able to get up onto a mountainside and snipe people from far. Some people call it cheesing. I don't care. That's how I like to do things. I like to be that guy. So be able to tackle objectives like that is awesome to me. The map is not by any stretch of the imagination an Assassin's Creed or a Far Cry. Okay.
No,
I think it's not. And again, I'm just assuming I'm on the first part of the map. I've captured all the forward bases. I'm at the tower right now. I'm about to do the tower, but I've done all the side stuff because that's who I am. I love doing the side stuff. I've rescued all the Marines, the different groups of Marines and all that kind of stuff. Found all the pickups that I can that I've seen so far. So I've done all that. I'm to the tower, but so far it's not Assassin's Creed Far Cry overwhelming. Like, oh my God, I got a million different things to do, because I am that guy that's like, oh, look, more something to do. More something to do.
Yeah,
Oh, look, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go over here.
That's how I spent 110 hours in Assassin's Creed Valhalla and stuff and beat the game.
Correct.
God.
Exactly. So for me, I think it's the right balance. I think 343 nailed that, giving you that option. And like you talked about earlier, Steel, there's people who have done this on easy and have just mainlined the campaign, and it's taken them about 6 hours, right? Yeah, 6 to 8. I saw one guy that's just over 6. And people were using that as clown material, of course. God, whatever. Look, this game is the biggest Halo they've ever made. It is by far the most fleshed out Halo they've ever made. I think that 343, and we talk about the original vision. Look, a lot of Bungie is at 343. We can't forget that. Now that Joseph Staten is back in charge, or at least appears to be in charge, running the ship for the most part, you can tell that they went back to that original vision of Halo. Now, I will push back, Steel. This is one of the few times that you and I disagree. I think this game was made for co-op. I think this game was originally planned as co-op, because the Schreier information that came out, which we won't dive into, this is the time to celebrate. We can dive into the Schreier stuff as more stuff comes out, but whatever. Now that we're getting a peek behind the curtain, and we'll never know the full story. Don't get me wrong. We'll never know the full story. But if this truly was supposed to be one gigantic open world originally, before they ran into problems and decided to cut back, I think they were planning on this being a multiplayer co-op from the beginning. Okay, I absolutely 100%
I can see
believe that.
I understand it.
I just think that now that it's broken down the way they did, and again, I'm not saying that would have been successful that way. I'm not saying that everybody would have loved it from a standpoint of like the Halo experience, because I know most people are like you, especially the hardcore Halo fans. They love that single player, let me do that first kind of experience. Let me get the story. I get that. I'm just saying that I think that they were actually looking to move Halo to a much, much bigger experience, with multiplayer co-op being a core factor of that. And I think that the problems they ran into, all the stuff they had to go and change, they really did shift direction, if all that information is true, to a totally different experience. And I think that when they did that, they did go back to the focus on the single player experience. And I think they did a great job of probably bringing the story back to that. I think that probably Staten had more a hand in this than people want to believe, in restructuring that story to give that to us as a single player experience in pieces. You can just see it. From my standpoint, when I hit that open world, you can see that core still there, that this was designed. And you're right. They would have to do something with the AI. They would have to do something with the difficulty levels to make it a reasonable co-op experience, and not something you would just breeze through, like you said. Yes, but I think that was part of the original plan. I think we were going to see much bigger battles, much more, many more drop ships coming in.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with that.
That kind of stuff. And it screams co-op to me. I just wish it was there, because man, there's so many times, like you said, Steel, attacking certain points that I was just like, man, this would be so cool to have one or even 3 more people with me. Somebody up in a Hornet, a couple guys in a Warthog rolling in, got snipers. It would be awesome, man. It would just be incredible. Yeah. But maybe we'll see that down the line as they get to it. But overall, the experience has been my favorite Halo experience by far. Like I said, without the only thing it needs from me is loot, and I'd be all in. So that's the only thing I need. And this would be like a great looter shooter. But no, I love what they did. I love the mini bosses. I love the high value targets. All that kind of stuff fits in with Halo, and is something that I think a lot of people may have thought about when they were playing Halo. But now that they've implemented, I think the majority of people are enjoying those experiences, having that, that target or that boss that really puts the challenge up, right? That really gives you that, okay, I've been having fun out here in the open world, but now I got to buckle down, right? Now I got to really focus on this guy and really watch what he's doing to take him down. I think that brings a whole new level to this. I'm just enjoying the experience. It is the best Halo experience. It's in my rotation. Again, me as a grazer, like we were talking about, I am playing on heroic. I am questioning whether or not I want to finish it on heroic. I think the tower and the mini boss that's going to be in there is going to tell me a lot about that. Like you said, Steel, I do like the challenge. However, being that Halo is not something I'm going to know life, I don't know if I want to put the time into it. I've always played the campaigns on heroic, never on legendary until I co-op. So for me, I just don't know on this one if I want, because it's such a bigger experience, because I'm spending so much time in the open world, because I know this game is I'm probably gonna sink probably 40 hours into it by doing all the open world stuff. Look, I'm an explorer. Even if I know there's nothing there, I'm still gonna go check it out just to see if the view or whatever the case may be.
Right.
That's just who I am. So I know I'm probably gonna be able to sink 30 to 40 hours into this. I want to I'm thinking about lowering the difficulty level to normal or whatever they call it. I forget what they're
It's normal.
It's normal, yeah.
Mhm.
And just playing through it, and just having a great time with it and feeling like a powerful chief, versus the chief who is on the borderline of getting his ass kicked every 2 seconds. For me, that might be the case, but again, I've been having a good time on heroic. We'll see how the tower goes, and I'll move from there. But yeah, no, this is by far the best Halo experience. We talked about this deal. We've been critical. I've been
Right.
critical on other shows of 343, of the management, of what was going on at the time. But the entire time through that, I've been consistent saying that Halo, if they nailed it, had a chance to be the return of the king, and to give everybody that forgot that Halo was king for a reason and is the pillar in the console space, especially of first person shooters.
Yeah.
It is the one that changed everything, that we would not have first person shooters as we know them today without Halo, that everybody who forgot that was going to get a smack in the face if they nailed this. And
Yep.
guess what? They nailed it. Personally, for me, I think the reviews are spot on. I think that score is a good score. I think, yes, it could have crept towards that 90 had they had co-op in there and some of the other features that they talked about. But at the end of the day, I think the score is fitting of this. Like you talked about, Steel, we talked about this last night on Xbox Ultimate 2. Reviews are done differently now than they were back in the day. So
Yeah.
looking at the old Halos and saying, well, look, it's got a score that's somewhere between 4 and 5, right? That's not fair, because the scores for the old Halos were done in a totally different generation under totally different circumstances by totally different reviewers in many cases who looked at games differently back then. So it's not a one-to-one comparison when you're talking about this Halo Infinite score. And again, we don't really care about scores here, but at the end of the day, I think the score is fitting for this game. I think it's a great score. I think it shows the work that 343 to put in to get it to this point from where we saw it before they delayed it a year ago, right?
Yeah.
I think that those two games that we have seen, the work, the polish that they've done to get it to this point is outrageous. And I'll end on this. As far as what we're going to get down the road, they've set themselves up perfectly here.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about just the game. I'm talking about the TV show coming out, which we'll talk about when we get to the VGAs. I'm talking about the TV show coming out. I'm talking about, finally, for once, the Halo universe as a whole finally getting its due, right? Finally getting the expansion that it deserves because of the lore that's in it. Again, even as a casual Halo fan, even as somebody who's not touched the books, right? Even as somebody who's not deep dived it, I appreciate the lore, because this lore, and I've said it before, I think is on par with a Star Wars. If they put the work in and did it right, it could be that big, because there's enough content already available, not to mention the stuff that they can, all the different avenues they can go down in the future. Look, this universe is gigantic. If they've nailed the game. If the TV show hits, and we've already heard that Paramount, they've already signed the second season before the first season has even come out. That came out yesterday as well. Second season is already approved, done. If they can get that TV show, from what we've seen, it's looking like they got a good chance. If they got the TV show right, this is just the beginning, folks. All the Halo fans out there, even me, I'm going to watch a TV show, even though I don't watch a lot of TV anymore. I'm still interested. I think it looks great.
Yeah, it does.
all the Halo fans out there are finally going to get the experience from Halo that they always imagined, not only in this type of semi-open world game in Infinite, but I think you can get the TV series. The TV series hits. I think you finally get a first major motion picture out of this as well. And then from there, the sky is the limit if it's done right. But the game is going to be able to tell so many stories as well if they choose to do that. And I hope they do. I hope Halo Infinite, that's why I said, again, shout out to them. They got to monetize it. They're giving us the free to play multiplayer. Look, monetize it. I'm all for that. I don't have a problem. It gives me the option to spend what I want to spend in the game. Right now, I haven't spent a dime, and I'm getting to play both versions, both the multiplayer and the single player. But for all the people out there that just absolutely love Halo and are spending money in there, that's great. I hope it's as successful as possible, because they are going to be able to do so much more now that they've gone this route. And if it's successful and it's a money maker for them, that means we are going to continuously get content out of this. They're going to have other studios work on side Halo stuff, different stories, different perspectives, all sorts of things can happen in this universe. Cannot wait for it, Steel. I'm excited. This just made me more excited by playing this game. I'm absolutely having a blast in it, man.
Yeah, 100%. And I wanted to just a couple things before we ended up moving on, because we do need to get to the Game Awards topic. Because we do have to kind of cut some things short here for this episode. But I did want to kind of address some things that I was seeing in the chat. One, I did see Stubbs end up saying that, oh, is this a games as a service? The campaign's a games as a service? No, it is not. It is a beginning and there is an end. I have not reached the end yet, but there will be additional content. It's just like any other game that you expect to have a part 2. They're just not going to call it Halo Infinite 2. That's all. That's all that I can. That's all that I can tell you. If that's something that turns you off, hey man, more power to you. If Halo's not your thing, Halo's not your thing. I completely understand that. I know Stubbs is more of a Gears guy, so I love Gears just as much as I love Halo. They're both neck and neck for me. Halo is the king of the first person shooter for me. Gears is the king of the third person shooter for me. Two different games. I love them equally. Gears has redefined something in a completely different way than what Halo has done for me personally. And I want them to do Gears right also. I'm also not as critical of Gears as a lot of other people are who do not understand the story or just don't want a girl to be the main character. I think that shit is corny as hell to me. But that's neither here or there, because things do have to move on. And then I saw someone else made the comment, I believe it might have been Soul, saying that, hey, he was kind of disappointed with the release of this Halo because of the limited playlists and everything else, and that it's already had people falling off. And I can tell you, I don't want to use this as an excuse. I will say they have gotten me to play more objective-based game modes than I've ever played in my Halo life. Point blank, period. They also came out and said that was one of the reasons why there's a multitude of things, and this is a multifaceted thing. And then who knows whether we'll know the truth or not. One aspect of it was that nobody ever plays any of the objective-based game modes. So that's why they limited the playlist to what they had, to how they have it. They wanted to get everybody to take those experiences, really play through them and everything, understand what these objective-based games modes are. Because again, these people are creating art, right? They're creating playable art. So they want you to experience what they spend hours of their life kind of creating. So I understand why they want you to play oddball. I understand why they want you to play capture the flag. I understand why they want you to capture points and things to that nature. Because these are experiences that they created, that they played internally and said, oh, what this feels like core parts of Halo. Now, I do agree. Should they have given us the option to pick game modes and everything else up front? Yes. But guess what? You wouldn't have played nothing else. And that's part of the problem. Now, again, that's a multifaceted thing. We can have a conversation about that. And that's kind of up and down, right? Because yes, as much as I want to just only play Slayer all the time, I do enjoy those moments. There's nothing better than that last minute you capturing the flag, the score is 1-1, and you and your team working together to bring that flag home to win the game. There's no better feeling than that. The same thing with Oddball. The same thing with Strongholds. The same with any of the game modes. That's what's crazy about it. Like, I understand people just want to kill people. Great. That's coming. They're going to put that out. They said that. We're going to release SWAT, and we got some other game modes coming, Fiesta. There's other things that they're bringing at the end of the month to give you those experiences. But this is the first Halo. This is how I know that they nailed this game. This is the first Halo where I don't mind it. Yes, do I want the option? 100%, I do. But if I just wanted to hop into like quick play, I'd rather not have an option to quick play. Let me play everything. You let them decide whatever I want to, whatever I'm going to end up playing, because it's that fun. For me personally, again, I don't want to reflect me off on anybody else, but that's just my personal opinion. Again, for them to hit this home run, I think is more of the bigger picture for me than anything else, because I will always beat this drum. People said that Halo was dead. It is blatantly obvious that it is not, because everybody, no matter what, you're not complaining about how the game feels or the gameplay or anything else. You're complaining about things that are missing that you don't complain about in any other game. And that's my problem. The same people who complain about everything else don't complain about it when it's other games doing it. It only happens to Halo. And that's okay, because the king is back. And you have to understand that. That's the only reason why this keeps happening. Because it's Halo. And that's all right. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Like Pong says all the time, play what you love, love what you play, and then move on. Mm-hmm. It's as simple as that. I'm just happy to see people enjoying it. I'm glad to see it coming into its form, and that they seemingly hit both parts that people thought 343 couldn't do, and that's nailing the story, for better or for worse, and nailing the multiplayer. Both are on par with each other. Adjustments need to be made. Those adjustments will be made. This is a 10-year planned game. Sure, can we say services have ruined us? This is the era that we live in, and this is a complete experience. It is. Complete, fully complete. This isn't half-baked. Oh, I'm waiting for more content. No, it's a full experience, whether you like it or not. Do you need to go play something else until your favorite game mode comes into the game? Sure. That's why we have so many games. You don't have to just play this. Nobody's telling you, oh, if you don't play Halo for 20 hours, that there's a problem. Actually, I think that's kind of a compliment, that you want to play Halo so bad that you wish that they put your favorite playlist in there. That's how bad you want to play. I think that's something more significant than people give it credence to. That's just me. Anything that you wanted to else do you want to touch on, kind of on Halo and everything, man? No, man, I'm good. You nailed it, fella. Nice, excellent. Well, again, y'all definitely download it. It's free. Well, it's free considered. If you pay $10 to $15 a month for Game Pass, it's part of your subscription. So check it out, hop in there, see if it's for you, and then just move forward from there, man. Excellent title, and I can't wait to wrap it up and then continue playing after. So, with that being said, we made some points in there. We brought up the Game Awards conversation and everything, and I think it's finally time to touch on the Game Awards themselves. Came out the day after Halo? Was it the same night? Thursday. Okay, so it came out that following day. So the Game Awards was on the 9th. Amazing. It was an amazing time. I do agree with some people. I don't see why they did it so late. That was kind of off-putting. I mean, I do understand, because that's when everybody's going to be off of work. That's exactly why it happened. I know people overseas were kind of like, damn, it's early as hell in the morning for me. It doesn't make any sense. So I get that. I think it should be done on a different day. Do it on the weekend, man. So everybody can watch at their leisure. You want as much exposure, people streaming it. I saw a bunch of that. People co-streaming it, basically, the Game Awards and everything. Do it on the weekend or something. That's the only thing that kind of bothered me about it, as far as that complaint goes. But as far as the Game Awards overall, we're going to talk about some of our feelings, some of our thoughts, and some excitements that we have. Because me and Pong do both feel that there was some amazing things announced there. Again, do I, as someone, I didn't watch the Game Awards in full. I actually had other life things going on, and I would have rather been playing the game at that point. So I caught up on everything, most of everything on the back end. From what I did see, though, I can agree with some of the points that it did feel a little advertisement heavy. Again, got to pay the bills, man. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You have sponsors. You got to make sure that somebody's taking care of you if you're going to put this thing on this kind of a stage and everything. And I understand that complaint. Again, like kind of what me and Pong have talked about in the background, it opens a door for another show to come in and do something better. We sit here and we love competition. I would love to see a competitor for the Game Awards, something to put Keeley on his toes, say, hey man, I didn't think about doing it that way. And typically you won't think about doing it that way if you're the only person in the space that's really doing it at the level that he's doing it. I'm sure we could bring up the BAFTAs, or we can bring up any other Game Award show, but nothing comes across as big as either E3 or the Game Awards on a year-to-year basis. And that's just because of the kind of credence that they got. But again, I do have some of those feelings that this isn't necessarily about the games overall, or it's not about the developers overall. It's about marketing. And I feel like it's in a place right now where it's kind of difficult to make it just about the devs or the games and everything, just because of there not being any other competition out there. So with that being said, to kind of just lead off into it, Pong, how did you feel about the Game Awards overall? And then we'll kind of get into the breakdown for the Game Awards and see kind of what we were excited for, kind of talk about most of the games, and then kind of go from there. How you feeling? How did you feel about the Game Awards, man?
I think they did a great job. So I said it. Mav and I covered on PM and the PM. Live streamed it. Look, for me, I take everything in a vacuum. So for me, the award show, now that I've sat on it, I said between an 8.5 and an 8.8. If I was going to give it a score, I'd probably say an 8.5. I took some things off, I took a point off for kind of the middle portion of it, which did get kind of filled with advertisement. Overall, again, Steel, the more I'm in this community, the more I see, and again, we're a small bubble overall when you even take the community versus most people, but I guess I'm just different than a lot of people. Like, I don't have the same complaints when I'm focused on a Game Awards show. I'm focused on the content that I'm being shown, and are they giving me game stuff? And they gave me bucket loads of game stuff. Now, was it all AAA stuff? Was it all home runs? No, of course not. Again, that's not the gamer I am either. I enjoy so many different styles of games and everything, and even I enjoy pretty much everything outside of Souls games and that kind of stuff, platformers. But at the end of the day, I still enjoy seeing them, even if it's not a game I'm going to play. But a lot of people seem to be looking only for what they play, and if it's not shown, well, then the show is shit, right? And I don't have that perspective. Also, I understand that some people don't like all the in-between stuff. Look, going into a Keeley show, I know there's going to be fluff. I know that there's going to be advertising. Again, this is a big production. There's a reason why he holds it during this time of the year. All of these things come into play. So I already go in expecting that. This was definitely not like an idea at Xbox show run by Twitch that we saw in the springtime, which was like, okay, look, you guys are showing me games, but 30 minutes of a developer interview followed by a break, followed by two Twitch people I don't know talking for another 15 minutes. Like, okay, that is terrible, right? That's an awful experience for most people watching it, right? This was not that bad. I actually thought the pacing was well done. Now, here's what I'll say. Each year, Keeley has gotten better with the pacing, and he's gotten better with the fluff and how he adds it to the show. But he is also taken away from the award side of things.
Yes.
Because that's not the money. He knows this. He's not a dumb guy. He's got an analytics team, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
He knows what the community wants, which is game content. So the award show part of it has gotten less and less, and the content part, the game content part, has gotten more and more. Okay, I'm okay with that, but if you're going to call yourself an award show, again, even though the awards aren't for me, even though that's not why I'm watching it, and the majority of people probably aren't watching it, you're still, as far as a representation of the industry and what you promote your show as, you can't lose that, because it is important to the developers, to all the people to show up there, and to have a bunch of awards where you just put up the names and go, and the nominees were, and the winner was, and that's it. And
no, that's lame. Yeah, that's lame.
That's lame. That's not giving any people any props, man. You should be showing highlights of each game, kind of like how they do Oscar. There's just so many different ways to do it. This is why I've said, Steel, there is room for another award show to come along.
Right.
That could switch the focus back to the awards. Yes, still give us some game content.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, still have, but not be majority game content and fluff. And then, oh, by the way, here's some awards, right? It could be awards first and then the rest, and space it out right so that it was a great show. I think that there's still room for somebody else to jump into the space, how big the industry is. We see, we see multiple award shows for movies, TVs, all that kind of stuff. There's no reason why gaming can't do it. But outside of that, I thought it was great pacing. I thought the show was, well done. Yes, the middle got a little long. I thought personally it was 30 to 45 minutes too long. I think they could have cut out a bunch of the stuff that was in there. But it is what it is. But overall, I thought it was a great show. So much stuff in there. Like I said, I went back and counted 11 games that I had not been aware of that were even in the works that I'm now interested in. So 11 games, that's a lot. And there was a whole lot more of stuff we already knew about that was showing that it got me even more hyped, right? So great overall show. Kudos to Keeley again. Personal thoughts, opinions aside, Keeley is good for the industry. Keeley is bringing, again, he's been growing as the industry has grown. He brings it to the masses. Millions upon millions of eyes upon this show. Got to see a lot of great stuff coming from the gaming world, and that's what I'm happy about, because that draws in more people. There was something for everybody, just like the industry is now. There's something for everyone. Not everything is for everyone, but there is something for everyone. And for me, that was the fantastic part about this show. So overall, great. I love it.
Exactly. And it was some of that stuff. I definitely agree. I know I was watching it when you and Mav were live, and I saw some of that stuff, and I was like, damn, I don't know how I feel about that. So I could definitely see some of those perspectives that you definitely brought up there. But with that, we kind of want to go through the list, look at every individual game. We might not speak on every game, but definitely go through and say, hey, yay, nay, I was interested in that. That's something that I got on my list, something that I'm looking into, and then kind of going from there. If you think that's going to be, if you're liking that thought,
let's do it, because there's a lot. So
it's quite a lot.
I know you're on time frame too this week. So
we got 50 minutes. All right. We got some time. I mean, we're not gonna talk. We're not gonna break everything down. So
no, but we got some big ones to break down.
We definitely do. Yeah. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I am pulling this from TechRaptor.net. We wanted to use somebody different. They actually broke down the show start to finish. Everything's in order too. So I think that's something else that's amazing. So that's one of the reasons, because I know me and Pong were kind of going back and forth with which site we wanted to use. Pong found this one. This was made by Andrew Stretch. Shout out to you, man, for doing everything in order, kind of breaking the show down from start to finish. It's going to help us with this breakdown, doing it from start to finish without it being 4 hours long. So
yeah, and started with the pre-show, right? And the pre-show, I didn't even talk about the pre-show was great. Okay. Keeley's getting better at the pre-show too. The 30-minute pre-show actually was awesome. Fast paced, one after another. Nice. They got one award out of the way, which was best indie game of the year. But otherwise, and he did put some good stuff in there, right? He's learned that you also want to build that hype through the pre-show because a lot of people do tune in. So he did not just give it like the leftovers. He gave it some really good stuff. Mav and I were actually really impressed with the pre-show. So that's where this starts here is the pre-show.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're basically going to go through every game that they kind of either brought up. Some of these aren't new, but there was some additions being added onto them. So we'll go from there. Tunic was given a release date. Surprisingly, that's going to be March 16th on Xbox One and Xbox Series X and S consoles. That's crazy because Tunic's kind of been in development for a while, kind of going back and forth.
Single developer, one guy.
So, hey, and if he's still doing it by himself, that's an amazing thing. So, hey, take your time, man. We know you want the game to be right. You're getting those every time that I've seen the game. You're getting those old school Zelda feels. Really, some of the feels that I was getting from Death's Door, I see in there. So that has me kind of interested. How did you feel? How you feel about Tunic, man?
Yeah, it looks better and better every time. I played the demo. Don't know if it's going to be a game I hop into, but it was extremely polished. The demo that I played that they released during E3, I think it was, or maybe it was one of the Idea at Xboxes earlier in the year. But yeah, no, looks better and better every time he shows it. And I think that the old school Zelda fans who want a challenge are going to love this game. It's been on people's list for a long time. Glad it's finally got a release date. Again, I can't say much more than that. I just think it looks awesome. And again, every time it's shown, it looks better and better, which is what you want to see. So
exactly,
good on him. Yep,
exactly, perfect. Go back from there. I'm trying to show some gameplay as we go through. Also, King of Fighters 15 open beta was announced. Again, for a fighter, I am excited about these things. I do feel like they're slept on. It has become more of a niche thing. I do want these to be kind of represented on all consoles. But King of Fighters, another classic series that I'm glad to see continuously live. How do you feel about it?
And it's coming to Xbox, which is the big deal. Since we don't get all the fighters, it is coming to Xbox. Okay. Unfortunately, the open beta is only for PlayStation side of things.
That sounds about right.
They've got the rights. It is what it is, but it is coming to Xbox. So again, props to them for bringing it because that's been a problem lately too. So
nice. So she want to show you a little bit of gameplay of King of Fighters, just for those who might be interested, showing that in the background for y'all a little bit. So y'all have a feel for it. Again, man, if you're into it, King of Fighters is back. It's King of Fighters, man. Then they go into the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game based on true events. And this is crazy to see that they're actually going to put out a game with this. I know when I saw the more recent movie, it definitely gave me some of that feel when you hear them say, "Oh, he still hasn't been caught to this day." It makes me think like I know when I was a little bit younger and I watched the movie.
Are you talking about the McConaughey one?
I think so.
Yeah,
the more recent one.
No, they did another one after the McConaughey one, I think too. So yeah,
it was one that was more recent. I can't. I'd have to see the actors to know for sure. Yeah. I can't think about it, but. This is showing Homeworld 3. I wanted to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and it's showing me Homeworld.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it keeps showing me Homeworld. Try to do it again. Oh,
okay. No, it worked for me, or did it not?
Work for you?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not working for me. So whatever.
Okay.
I guess they don't have the trailer for that, so that's perfectly fine. Again, it is interesting to see that they're actually making a teaser.
It was just a teaser. It showed like the house and like the opening cinematic, and then they had Leatherface right at the end show up. Of course. So
perfect. I mean, hopefully it's not like a Dead by Daylight kind of thing. Hopefully it's more of a horror game kind of thing. I think that would be really dope to give you that feel of him, like especially chasing you and stuff. That's what used to get me.
And it's a multiplayer game, right?
Is it? Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a multiplayer game. Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see how they do.
Yeah. That's going to be really interesting to see how they end up doing with that. Yeah, for sure. I think if that's the case, then it may end up being more like Dead by Daylight, but who knows? I guess we'll find out. And then Homeworld 3. Homeworld is one of those games that I was excited about back in the day. It's an RTS, space adventure kind of game. The game was amazing. I just don't have the same hype for it again. I'm not on the RTS side of things anymore. I don't get excited about those. It's just not my play style, especially with the kind of time that I have and everything nowadays. and those are like, you get invested in an RTS, that's easily 100 hours of your life just gone, because you're not only are you learning the game, got to play through the story, and then you also have to make sure that you actually get decent at the game. So the fact that they're even making Homeworld 3 is,
I put like 400 hours in the Halo Wars 2, so
see, exactly. And that's easy, like you're not even really thinking about it. I think I almost put almost 100 hours into Rift Breaker, not even thinking about it, like I was just playing, enjoying it. So to see that they brought Homeworld back, that's interesting. Got any thoughts on Homeworld?
Oh, I wish it would come to console. Mav and I were both excited when they were showing it, because of course Mav is an RTS guy too, but you know, again, we're console, you know, me especially, I'm console only. He does have a PC, but yeah, Homeworld 3, I've always looked at those games, but the trailer was amazing. I was like, oh God, I just wish these would come to console. God dang it, bring them. Bring them. Yeah, look great though.
And then the next thing that they ended up announcing was the Expanse, a Telltale series. I'm not really too familiar with the Telltale games. I haven't really jumped into them myself. I know they did things like, I believe it was The Walking Dead. I believe they've done some things with Batman 2, which I never got too deep into. It just hasn't been my thing. This trailer, I did not personally see myself, so I don't have really too many thoughts about it. How did you feel about The Expanse when you seen it and everything?
Awesome. I watched the first 2 seasons of The Expanse. Awesome sci-fi, incredibly well done. Was excited to see them bring a game, because there's a huge Expanse fan base. They're doing the final season this year, I believe they've announced. I think it was season 8 or 6 or 8 or something like that. But anyways, awesome sci-fi. Love Telltale. Telltale was done. They were closing up shop. Part of them broke off, and actually they announced one of the founders of Telltale created his own studio, and we'll talk about that later, because he's doing a Star Trek version with his new studio. But The Expanse has got a great fan base. Telltale games are awesome. And I'm glad to see that they're still alive, even if it is not the entire original crew. They're going to do a great job with this, and the trailer was amazing. Both Mav and I were impressed. It looks really good. So
I just saying it definitely had that darkness to it. It looks gritty. So that's gonna be interesting to see how that ends up playing out. Hopefully, y'all are definitely excited for that. Then they displayed Babylon's Fall. This is kind of a game that I'm kind of in between. I'm interested to see how it's actually going to hit. I'm interested. Because of the combat and everything, that definitely has piqued my interest. Again, be a Final Fantasy-esque game. How do you feel about Babylon's Fall? Did it get you excited? Did it kind of solidify some things for you? Are you?
Yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be a day one game, but it is a platinum game. And again, platinum has been hit or miss over these past probably 5-8 years. Platinum has had some good games, and then had some not so good games. So this one here, and again, people confuse this one and the Final Fantasy Origins one done by Team Ninja.
Yes.
Those two are separate games, but they kind of showed them together, and they kind of have a similar look to them. Look, I played I played the demo of the Final Fantasy Origins ones, and it was terrible. Okay, I was like, okay, terrible. Team Ninja, I don't know what you're doing. At PS2 graphics. Babylon's Fall by Platinum. Now this one looks better and better every time I see it. It didn't start off so hot when I first saw it. I was like, ugh. Now that this latest trailer here got me peaked. It's got my interest. It's releasing in March, so good time for it to release in. We'll see where I'm at gaming wise then. The digital deluxe edition, if you pre-order that, if you buy it, you get to play it on March 3rd. So, actually you get early access before then, I think it actually, the official launch date is March 3rd. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Babylon's Fall is looking great. Again, Platinum, if they hit, they're still one of my favorite developers. So, I mean, again, Bayonetta is, even though I'm not good at their games, I still enjoy their games tremendously. So I can't wait for this one, see how it turns out.
It says Babylon's Fall will be released on March 3rd, and those who purchase the digital deluxe edition will get early access. There's that, man. For those excited about it, again, I do believe this is actually, I know it didn't say in that trailer, I do believe this is coming to PC also, though. I could be mistaken in that, but I thought I saw something to that before when they originally announced it, where it was coming to all PlayStation consoles, but it also included PC. Now, I could be wrong on that, but I guess we'll end up saying. For Chivalry 2, they showed off a new trailer, showing off some of the melee combat. They also announced that it was a free weekend, including some of the number of holiday-specific environments, and that was going to be coming soon, including a new map and new objectives and whatnot. Chivalry 2, I know I've seen a lot of people excited about this game. I haven't had a chance to jump into it. It's just with everything else out right now, it doesn't have my attention. But how'd you feel about that Chivalry 2 trailer?
Look, man, if Chivalry 2 was hot for a hot minute, right? There was a lot of people in this community pumping it up. It looked absolutely fun. It would have been a game that I normally would have jumped into, but budget gaming, so much coming out. I did hold back on that one, did not get it. I was actually going to download it for the free weekend here to try it out. Totally a game up my alley. It's just one I could not fit in. I resisted the FOMO. Like I said, I've gotten rid of most of my FOMO. I was just like, nah. But I might try it out this weekend just for shits and giggles. So
yeah, that might be dope.
Yeah.
Then they went on to announce Monster Hunter Rise. It looks like they're a new DLC of some sort, some break gameplay shown, the new expansion, and you get to look forward to more amiibos. Hey.
It is actually the new game, I think. I think they're doing the Pokemon thing because they just had the other
really?
one, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is actually like a game, like a standalone. So for Switch.
Okay.
So congratulations, Switch. Yeah, Monster Hunter is a big franchise.
It is. Monster Hunter is huge. I'm more of a fan of World. I like, if they're going to do a Monster Hunter World 2, I'm thoroughly invested in that.
Oh, you know they're going to.
I want them to, because that first one, I love the story. I love the overall gameplay loop. I was in that world for a long time. I think it just fell off towards the end for me, where it didn't keep me invested. And there's probably another title that ended up pulling my attention. So those interested in Monster Hunter Rise, shout out to y'all. Thirsty Suitors.
We're not even talking about this. Next.
You want to skip it?
This is a Gen Z total. Okay, look. Everybody knows. Everybody who watches Fun Speculations channel knows that I have been preaching the OFK fandom, which is a Gen Z game coming out next year. This is.
Oh yeah, this is that one game where it was just like
this is Yakuza meets OFK. Okay, it's just not made for me. I'm not, I don't disrespect games like that. Like, shout out to the devs. You guys are making the game you want to make. It's just not for my generation at all. So like, I was like, what are we watching? What? It really, like, crazy. Like, in the description is even crazier. Like, you got to battle your exes. Like,
I don't know how. So we'll just go ahead and talk about another interesting game called Evil West. I know me and Pong were talking about this a little bit in the background. We were saying this is like that Van Helsing cowboy, futuristic kind of game. This did pique my interest. I want to see where this is going to end up taking it.
It's got that Devil May Cry battle, action to it.
Diversity. It seems very interesting. It's got me kind of hyped when I saw the trailer for it. How are you feeling about it, man?
Yeah, off the charts hype. Me and Mav were going nuts over this one. Looks great. Love the gameplay. Love the gore to it. It just looks like fast-paced Devil May Cry. You got guns, you got swords, you got weapons. I love demons. You got demons. I love it because I love Van Helsing and I love what's the other one? Van Helsing. I always forget the name. There's another.
Constantine. No, I'm playing.
Victor. Victor Von
Doom.
No, I forget his name. Anyways, if Mav's still in the chat, he'll throw it out because he always goes there. But yeah, looks great. I can't wait for this.
I think this is Xbox only. It might be coming to Game Pass, or maybe.
No, there's another West game, cowboy style game that just got announced for Game Pass. Though. So, yep. But no, this one right now has not been announced for Game Pass as of yet.
But it is only coming to Xbox, it looks like, from what I've seen.
Yeah, but I got my eyes on it.
100%. Look, it definitely looks interesting.
Victor Brand. Thank you, Tony Grasso. Victor Brand.
There you go.
Yep, thank you.
Then the next thing that they ended up announcing was Have a Nice Death.
Yeah, this looks cool.
Does it? I didn't see anything about this. I'm gonna play some of that in the background for y'all. How did you end up feeling about this, man?
It looks great. We were trying to figure out if it's a Metroidvania or not. 2D with this little death guy, your death. But it looks really cool. It looks kind of it's got fast-paced battles. It showed it showed your damage coming off the enemies, which was kind of cool. I always enjoy that, but I could not. Mav and I were guessing whether or not it would be like a Metroidvania, like a Hollow Knight type game, or if it's going to be more just straight actiony. But looks great. I love it, man. I thought it looked really cool. Can't wait.
Yeah, from the description here, it says it looks like to be a 2D action side scroller, Metroidvania kind of game where you're playing as the Grim Reaper. Could be interesting, man. So y'all see some of the gameplay here. This actually looks kind of like it could be kind of dope. I love the idea of the Grim Reaper. Again, death is always something that's. I love the way different games depict death. I really want there to be an Anubis game of some sort. They need to do something with that because there's so much that can be done with that Egyptian mythology, and we haven't. I know Assassin's Creed Origins tapped into that a little bit, and I like some of what they were doing there. But man, I would love a game just completely based off of that.
We could still use a Stargate game.
Yeah, or Stargate. Oh, now you're talking. Now you're talking. Stargate game. That would be a perfect game to do it. That would be perfect.
Yep.
All right, and then Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, the PC. I know some people were kind of up and down about this because, man, we're not getting another Persona game we're not getting on Xbox. Again, if you're into these fighters, I played Persona Strikers. I haven't beaten it. It had me in the beginning. It didn't keep me fully committed. I don't know if Persona's for me necessarily. I understand why people like it, but hey, man, if you're into that Arena Ultimax, they got the perfect fighting game for you, man. If you have a PlayStation console or PC, or Nintendo Switch, so.
Atlas is officially on my Square Enix list at this point, Steel. They are officially on that list. Yeah. Unbelievable 2021. Look, when this started up, Mav and I were both like, Persona 5 Royale coming to Xbox because they made it this big deal. There's going to be like, I forget the girl's name who was doing the pre-show, but she's like, you weren't expecting this announcement. So I was like, and then it started out with like Atlas, and I'm like, oh, here we go. We're finally getting Persona on Xbox.
Right. No, that wasn't it.
And we're not even getting Persona 4 Arena Ultimax
on
Xbox. Even though Persona 4 Arena was on Xbox 360, we're not going to get this one on Xbox. They're on my shit list. Atlas, get your stuff together. It's 2021. I'm sick and tired of this. Let's go.
100%. There's somebody outside of my house making some weird noises. I'm going to have to look at that in a minute.
Okay. Let me know.
I'll pass it over. Oh, okay. It sounds like we got the repairman outside. Just didn't know about that. Okay. That's interesting. I'm about to say, where did repairman come
live
from?
break-in? Is that
I was about to say, well, I gotta go under the bed real quick. Get something.
Hey, nice baseball bat.
Yeah, we'll call it that. That's funny. Yeah. All right, and then I think this is something that probably stole the show for a lot of people.
This was the opening to the main show. So we got through the pre-show. They announced the indie game of the year, which was Kena, Bridge of Spirits.
Nice.
Yeah, Kena took that.
I feel like I called that, but I think I was either on the Death's Door or Kena.
Kena took it.
But I'm glad Kena won. That's an excellent game. If you guys haven't played Kena, definitely, if you're into that, definitely try it out. I loved it. Again, another game that was amazing. Hellblade, though.
Started off the show.
Woo! Oh my God.
Even Keeley was excited. That's how good this was. Keeley even was like, I could not believe I was watching gameplay.
As someone that just played Hellblade for the first time this year, again, on the harder difficulty, I'm not very scary horror game kind of guy. But this is more, again, a psychological thriller more so. Yeah. Again, they do amazing with the sounds and the environment and make you feel part of the world. When I saw this gameplay, the first thing that I said was, is this gameplay? Because I saw people making comments about it, and I saw it trying to transition from the cutscene into the gameplay. And I was like, there's no way that this is gameplay. This is still a cutscene. And as it moved further and further, I was like, dude, this is gameplay. If this is semblance of what we're going to get, again, I don't think the game's going to be here till at least 2023, 2024, around that area. If this is what we're going to get, my God, am I excited for this. I know people are comparing it. There is no way that you're going to look at this game and say, "Oh, it doesn't look that great."
Oh, but there is still. There is.
Oh,
you
I
can
know.
be intellectually dishonest and continue with your circus narrative. You can.
I
You
know
can.
people. I know people are trying to compare this to Horizon Forbidden West again. This comparing two different art styles of games to each other. It's like me comparing Psychonauts to Ratchet and Clank. It's just like, yeah, they're both platformers, but they're still two different art styles. Like, the only thing you compare them to, the only thing you can compare is the platforming to each other. Other than that, two different art styles. Like, this is kind of the same thing. I guess you could compare this to God of War if you wanted to also. But even that, what Ninja Theory is trying to do is give you photo realism. And from what we have seen out of, I don't know if everybody else has been paying attention, out of the Unreal Engine 5, what they are have the capability of doing, and what we're consistently seeing, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on with some of the Matrix demo that they've also announced here. My goodness, dude! Like, I was telling Pong in the background, 2022 going into 2023, this era of gaming that we're in is unfathomable, because there's not another game out there that can compare to this right now. Like, honestly, like, when you look at this trailer, and for those on our audio side, check out Hellblade 2. If it's something that you're interested in, cool.
In 4K.
In 4K.
On the best
that's the other
TV
thing
that you have.
Check it out in 4K. Because, my God, the detail in this game is outstanding.
And that's still compressed.
And it's still compressed. It's not even what you're going to get. It's even Hellblade, the first Hellblade. When you look at videos and everything, it does not do it justice. When you get that game in your face and you're playing and you got the headphones on and you're just walking through it, enjoying it, hear the voices in you're like, dude, this game has me like right there. Even as me, someone who's more on the spiritual side of things, it had me looking at it. I'm looking around like, what is going on?
Yeah. I had to take breaks during I still haven't finished. I'm about 3/4 of the way through the first Hellblade. I have to take breaks when I play that game.
Yeah, I feel you.
When you're wearing headphones, dude. Yeah, no, it gets
crazy. Yeah, no,
yeah.
It messes with you.
Yep.
And the fact that they're doing this again, they didn't give us a whole lot. It's not like they gave us a bunch of combat. They just gave us, essentially, I'll take this as a story beat.
Right. This is a set piece moment.
Bro.
Yeah.
Oh my God. How you feeling about this, man? Enough of me.
Oh, I was blown away. I was blown away. My mouth was open while I was watching it. Mav and I both were in a state of shock. I was like, you kidding me? Because I listened to what Keely said, and I was like, okay, we are straight up getting gameplay. So I went into it like, okay, this is gameplay. And then it started, and like you, Steel, I was like, there's no freaking way. This is gameplay. There's no
This is CGI.
way.
There's no way.
Right. There's no way. And then the transitions from the cinematic camera point of view that they were giving us, obviously, during those scenes, and then the shift to the actual when you were taking control of her, you could, but it was so seamless.
Yes.
I was like, oh my God, the environment. Look, what's happening? Okay, let's go back a little bit. I know we can't go overboard in this, but there's so much to talk about here. The better comparison would be The Last of Us 2. Okay,
yes.
Because Naughty Dog goes for that gritty, realistic look. That's the better comparison if you want to do it.
Oh, that's a good comparison. Oh my God, good one.
Yeah, and there is no comparison. So if you want to do that, there is no comparison. Okay, if you look at the two, The Last of Us 2 is a gorgeous game. Okay?
Yeah.
Naughty Dog is peak development. Okay, again, my personal feelings about the game itself aside, I don't care about that when I just look at this from the big view. Look, Naughty Dog's at the top of their game. Ninja Theory has now set the bar for everybody else. In Exile came out because they're working on Unreal 5 for their unannounced game right now. In Exile came out on Twitter and said, really, Ninja Theory? Like, you're setting the bar so high for everybody that it's going to take a while to catch up. We got a glimpse at what this gen is going to bring us in Stalker 2 because they're using Unreal 5, right? Looks absolutely gorgeous. We got a glimpse of it. This is the first This is the first game that has come out showing us something that I said, okay, this is current gen. This is what we can expect. And this is early. People have just gotten their hands on Unreal 5. What Ninja Theory has done is set the bar for everybody. Okay. When it comes to this style, again, you can't compare art styles in any way, shape, or form. Horizon Forbidden West looks fantastic. The movement, I love Horizon, right? I love Horizon. I love the first one. I can't wait to get my hands on Forbidden West. It looks gorgeous. Two different art styles. Ninja Theory has taken Unreal 5 and given us the first showing of what we can come to expect in this gen. And this is not even close to what we're going to see at the end, which is absolutely crazy. That's why I said in the beginning of the show, my hype for this gen is just so ridiculous now. I can't even believe it. But when I saw this, the environment steel, the texture work that they're doing in this, like they did that whole kind of development documentary that we all kind of like, were like, really, when they talked about going and scanning Iceland or whatever else. Look, when she falls into the rocks and she falls down, like we've seen in Forza Horizon 5, their scanning techniques and how good the ground looks, right? When she falls into those rocks, they don't look like textures. They look like individual rocks. And then when it transitions from that cinematic to actual gameplay, that does not change at all. Like I was so impressed with that. The giant was crazy good. Unbelievable movement, unbelievable animation.
Super realistic.
The liquid, the oil that they fire at him and it pours over his shoulder and it's running down. All the little details. You talk about this all the time, Steel, about give me more details in my games. I don't care about resolution. Give me more details. Well, guess what? They're giving you resolution and now you're also getting details. As far as the CGI trailer that they showed us 2 years ago, that was supposed to be indicative of what we were seeing.
I think it's damn near close.
It's damn near close. And some of it I think is better. But again, like you said, Steel, we are at least 2 years away. You know, people are hoping 2023. I think they're probably shooting for holiday 2023. But I don't doubt that we could see this spring of 2024, right? I think that that's definitely a realistic thing. This is 2 years away. They gave us one little glimpse, one little section of a game that they put together the previous weekend prior to the Game Awards. That's what Alf Keeley said. They put this together the weekend prior to the Game Awards. So again, to take this and say, well, now it's just going to be a QTE game, which is the other argument I heard out there. Oh, this is going to be just a QTE game. Stop. Let Ninja Theory breathe, for God's sakes. These guys just got back into their studio about 6 months ago. They got a brand new studio with brand new motion capture. The fact that they were able to put this together in one weekend and give us this vertical slice.
They didn't have to.
Steel.
They didn't have
to, number one, but that they did it and they gave us this vertical slice and it looked this impressive. It looked this incredible. Says everything that you need to know. By the end of this, when Hellblade 2 finally launches, Ninja Theory is going to be Xbox's Naughty Dog. They are going to be the ones that set the bar for everybody else when it comes to development. Okay, this is the team that we've been watching on. Again, this is the small team, still a small team. We're not talking about a studio of a few hundred people here. We're talking about a studio that's right at around 100 people right now.
Yeah, literally.
That's it. And they're putting together this game. We know nothing other than what we've been told and what we've been shown. What they've told us is that the main actress, I always forget her name as well. Apologize, I'm bad with names. But anyways, the main actress spent almost a year and a half, 2 years training and fighting to do this game. Okay.
And what's crazy on that fact, because I want to keep touching on that.
Yeah.
What's crazy is that she's also originally part of the development team.
Yeah, she was a stand-in because they just asked her if she wanted to do this.
Oh my God.
And she winds up now in this role, right? And now she's throwing herself into these roles as Senua nonstop, right? So if you think all we're going to see is Senua running away from different things and then every once in a while throwing a spear, look, come on, guys, come on. Circus, wrap it up. Give credit where credit's due. We as gaming fans can sit here and say Horizon Forbidden West looks fantastic. I can, even though I have zero interest and I hate what they did in The Last of Us 2 story-wise, I can still sit back and say the game looks freaking good, and the animations and everything they did in that game is top notch. Naughty Dog is one of the top developers. I can still say that, right?
Right.
Take yourself out. Stop with this nonsense. But this game here, just again, to get back to Hellblade 2 specifically, this game, again, is our first look at the potential that this gen has. And Ninja Theory, for all those people out there who also questioned why Xbox went out and got Ninja Theory, look, this is why. Okay, this is why. These guys and gals are magical with what they do, and now they have all the resources behind them. Brand new studio, top of the line, cutting edge tech for motion capture, and you're starting to see the results. Again, I cannot wait for 2023, 2024. Whenever this thing is done, take your time, Ninja Theory. I don't care how long it takes.
Yeah.
Look, you guys just gave me enough. I don't need to see another damn thing until you're ready.
Yeah, okay? Exactly.
I don't need to see it. You got me. You got me. Just all the little details, the way the cloth moved, the textures, and all the different materials. It was everything. And for those curious, just a little side note too, for those curious about the giant thing, look, that's part of real mythology.
Yeah.
That giant, what he was doing was actually he was going to turn him. There's mythology where giants would turn themselves into stone to hide. Okay, so what he was doing there was he was burying himself in the mountain. He was turning himself into stone to hide from the world. That's part of real mythology. That's, again, Ninja Theory is going deep here. They're going real deep. Senua's experience, I can't wait to see. 3-Bit has a theory that this is actually a prequel. Interesting theory. I can't wait to hear more. He got sick last night, so he couldn't finish the show, but I can't wait to hear his theory. But you think this is a prequel? I actually think this is a sequel.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a sequel. If you played the first game, I think it's going to be a sequel.
I think so too. I think look, the voices in her head are obviously mental illness, from the standpoint of how we understand things now. Right. But back in the day, mental illness was treated differently. Some things were in different societies. Some societies outcast people. Some societies treated people like this as if they were touched by the gods,
right? And
that they were actually blessed and they were hearing the voices of the gods. I think she's growing in her powers as the voices go. I think she's getting control of those voices. That's why the giant recognized her and called out for help. So I actually think they're going that route with this, where it's actually a we'll say magical power, for lack of better terms, but she's got something inside of her that is growing, and you can see that the giant knows her name. It's reaching out for help. Absolutely phenomenal narrative to go on, and this is just one little piece. Right. I cannot wait to see what else we get in this deal.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm right there with you. Again, a lot of people's questions will be answered. You played it for can't talk. But if you play that first game, you'll know exactly what we're kind of saying there, and why I actually feel like this is a sequel. Why because if you paid attention to some of the stuff that was being said in her head and everything, that when she was talking about it, it definitely seems like she's growing. Like, it's not she was
just lost in the first one, right? Still, she was lost
completely.
This one, she seems like more in charge.
She seems like she's one with it now.
Control.
And if you paid attention to the first game, you kind of see that development where she kind of becomes one with it. And it's not like, okay, you can say she's fighting demons in her head. No, I think it's a little bit deeper than that. I think these are actual entities that she's fighting, not just in her head, but in reality, because she felt like, not just that the gods wronged her or whatever the case, but it's a lot. There's this deep, she's at war with, I don't want to say that she's at war with the gods. It's kind of, God of war. But that's kind of how it seems. It's kind of like Ninja Theory's take on God of War kind of style of game. I guess I could say, but it's a lot darker. It's a lot grittier. It's a lot like, it touches you in a different way. Again, I can't give the first game enough credibility on itself. If you haven't played it, try it out. I understand it may not be for everybody, but man, you can see the potential with this next game, and it has me nothing but excited. 100%.
Yeah. And another side note too, go back to the beginning of the trailer and listen to the music in the beginning. Ninja Theory, I just found this out. somebody told me it was announced years ago, and I did not realize it. The band that does the opening music is called Heilung. I'm pronouncing it Heilung. I probably pronounced it wrong, but anyways, I've been listening to them for years.
Mm-hmm.
It is very interesting because they base their music. They're a folk art rock kind of band based on old Nordic ways, and they do chanting in the original languages, right? The Germanic Bronze Age. They chant in their songs based upon that. And Ninja Theory went out and got them. And Jez had just found out about it and broken that like a month ago. And I was freaking out. I was like, no way, they actually did it. Because I had been thinking myself the entire time, look, if they need a soundtrack, this is like the perfect band. Like every time they popped up on my Spotify, like, damn, this would fit perfectly with Hellblade. And then I find out they actually went and got them.
That's dope.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a game of the year contender. Top 3.
Everything, if they nail it,
plays
they
out.
fit everything together, yes.
It plays out. All right. So to move on, then they moved into Star Wars Eclipse by revealed by Quantic Dream. I saw this trailer again. CGI, a lot of this, them building the world and everything. Anything Star Wars, I'm excited about. I do want to see more games really take advantage of the depth of the world, like we were talking about a little bit earlier with Halo. Star Wars is another one of those where there's so much there, especially whether you want to tread on the dark side, if you want to tread on the light side, if you want to even tread on the middle of it, take more of the Star Killer route. There's just so much depth in their story and what can be told that I am excited to see them constantly trying to reiterate it, especially in this generation where the technology is there now. However you want to display your world, you have everything right there. And then what we're seeing from Unreal Engine 5, what if they start using that more for I can see Star Wars perfectly in that engine. Being displayed and it's to its full life. You see some glimpses of Yoda and things here. So there's some interesting aspects that they could definitely take here. I'm excited for it. I want to see what's going to come out of this, what kind of game. Well, how did you feel about it, man, when you saw this?
Yeah, this is Quantic Dream. So Heavy Rain, Detroit Become Human, masters at creating a story. Okay, these guys are really, really good. This is going to be a narrative heavy game from what we're getting at their previous experience. Interestingly enough, they have always been PlayStation. That's where the question comes in. At the end of this, there was nothing. They didn't show any systems whatsoever. PC, nothing. They didn't show anything. So a lot of questions about whether or not this is going to be another PlayStation exclusive game, or because my personal feeling is a Star Wars license game, it's probably going to go everywhere. But Quantic Dream is awesome at what they do. I know there's some controversy around the head of the studio, and that always gets in the way of things nowadays when we talk about this stuff. But I'm just talking purely from a development studio, and what they've given us in the past has been very well crafted games as far as the story goes. I'm excited because said this now multiple times. Look, Star Wars is very hard to capture the old Star Wars heads feel of, Star Wars. This is set in the High Republic, which is their new Disney version, Disney era of Star Wars. Obviously, I don't like Disney-fied Star Wars. I have some supreme issues with a lot of what they've done. So I'm on the edge and I'm on the fence with this one. However, in this trailer, there was a lot of nostalgia. They had, Yoda overlooking the city up in the Jedi Council room. There was a lot of prequel feel to it. There's a lot of scenes in there where I was like, whoa, okay. The lore I've read on High Republic, I have problems with, but I'm going to give this one a chance because, like I said, if they get it right and they give me a real Star Wars feel and they give me a real Star Wars story, I'm all about this because I love Quantic Dream. So again, I can't wait to see more on this. Really liked what I saw though. It got me excited. It got me excited for sure.
Yeah, I was excited too.
Yeah.
And then we move into Wonder Woman from Monolith that was revealed. This was a short trailer. It didn't show us too much, but it gets me excited because Monolith, the creators of the Middle Earth games, Shadow of War and can't remember the first one. It's both had to do something with war, I believe. Either way, they are the creators of the Middle of Earth games, Lord of the Rings, for those who aren't familiar with them. They are also the ones that use the Nemesis system mainly. Nobody else has really put their hands.
Shadow Mordor.
Shadow of Mordor. There we go. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. So they're the ones that use the Nemesis system mainly. I haven't really seen many other people kind of use the Nemesis system to its full potential. And that's what kind of gets me excited about this, because the one thing that turned me off about Shadow of War was just the loot box style for the orcs. I feel like they could have put that system a little bit better. Of course, they wanted to get some money from it and everything. Again, we're in the service era, so they wanted to do it that way. I feel like they could have implemented that a little bit better, making it feel not so pay to win in that aspect, because they had this thing to where you could raid keeps. So you take the character and raid the keeps. You're raiding characters created keeps, right? They have their own custom created orcs. You also have the Nemesis system that comes into play, to where as you fight these enemies, they adapt to you. They learn from you as the player. So it's not only the difficulty that's there, but it's also the AI developing itself based off of how you play the game. So if you use a lot of heavy attacks, guess what? As you get further into the game, the AI is going to defend against that more often. If you like to come down on the top of the enemies are going to learn that. They're going to start countering that. That system, that depth of AI is so unique to me that I want to see more games use it. The fact that they're doing it in Wonder Woman. Now, typically, I'm not a guy who's like, oh yeah, Wonder Woman, fantastic. I'm not a DC guy unless it's Batman. The fact that they're doing this with Wonder Woman has me very interested. And I definitely want to see where they're going to end up taking it, especially including the Nemesis system, because that's something that they've said there's going to be in play here. They did come out and say that. So it has me very intrigued, and I want to see how they do this, how they build up this story for Wonder Woman, especially seeing some of the other titles come out like Suicide Squad and whatnot. How'd you feel about this one, Paul?
Yeah, I'm not a big superhero fan, but I actually got two out of this show that I'm interested in. Wonder Woman being one of them. Wonder Woman is one of the DC characters that I thoroughly enjoy, and I can't wait to see what they do. Like you said, we brought it up during PM and the PM right away. I threw out, what if they use the Nemesis on this? And Mav expanded upon it. Yeah, you could get all these different villains and use that system. It would be just absolutely incredible. So yeah, no, came out of the blue. A lot of people were wondering what was going on with Monolith. Monolith has been silent. A lot of people said that they were kind of on hold due to all the confusion going on with WB, AT&T, Discovery, what was going to happen there, if they're going to sell, if they're not going to sell. So a lot of people were wondering what Monolith was doing. Guess what? We got our answer. And this is awesome. And another interesting thing, Xbox 2, Jez and Rand brought it up yesterday. No systems announced at the end of this either. Nothing. Could
Focus
mean
on everything.
Could mean everything. Could mean nothing. Right. So, if WB is selling, guess what? They wouldn't put that up there to make that commitment.
Yeah, that is true.
So, it could be nothing. It could mean everything. So we will find out there. But yes, definitely one of the ones that caught me off guard. And I was like, hey, yeah, even though I don't usually play superhero games, Monolith, Wonder Woman, I'm all in. So let's go.
100%. Splendiferous asks, what Star Wars game you think was the best, man? For me, I'm going to say old school Battlefront 2. Just because that did something for me back in the day, bringing Jedi to life, also in a PvP aspect of it, giving you that, I guess you could say, battlefield feel back in the day with Star Wars. There's nothing like it. I even think that the newer Battlefront 2 doesn't even hold comparison to the older one.
No.
Not
overall
even close.
Feel, no.
Like the overall feel, like the way you felt playing the game, I don't think it's even remarkably close. But I would have to give it to Battlefront 2, honestly. And Ponzo says KOTOR 1 and 2, and honestly, I'm hopefully with the remake. I didn't play KOTOR back in the day, so hopefully with the remake,
yeah, brother.
I definitely am interested in seeing where they end up taking that for sure. Alan Wake 2 then was announced after that. I personally
there was Lost, just to let everybody know, Lost Ark was announced. New RPG, action RPG by Amazon Game Studios. I only bring it up because Amazon, they're not dipping their if Lost Ark hits, and it looked really good. Mav and I both thought it looked really, if that hits, they're all in on this gaming. So again,
Another MMO too, I think.
Phil,
Isn't it?
yeah, no, I think it's an action RPG.
Is it?
I
Okay,
don't
okay,
think
okay.
it's going to be MMO this time. I think they're going for a more
Think of something else.
individualized. It might be multiplayer, but I don't think.
Okay,
it's
okay,
MMO.
okay. I do it.
But anyways, they're going to be in this game for a long time, and Phil was right to say that they're one of the main competitors for Xbox and Microsoft. And
They got the money.
again, I only bring it up because of that. If this one hits just like New World hit, man, they got that taste. They're going to be after it. So
Gonna keep
look out.
investing. Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Again, they got the services, they got the ecosystem for
They
it
got the infrastructure.
to do it.
Yep.
Then Alan Wake 2 was announced. I don't know if I know you might be a little hyped for this. Alan Wake is definitely a classic. I kind of feel here and there about it. Not super excited about it. It is good to see that they're actually making a second one. How do you feel about it, man?
Yeah, it was great to see Sam Lake on stage. Guy is immensely talented. I'm so glad Microsoft sold the rights back to Remedy so they could do this. Again, we got the remaster this year, which I'm happy for. The PlayStation fans who may only have had PlayStation never got to experience Alan Wake. Alan Wake is one of my favorite 360 titles of all time. So I was super excited to hear that they're doing Alan Wake 2. However, then Sam Lake went on to say that they are diving deep into the survival horror aspects. The first Alan Wake was psychological. I played it, loved it. As everybody knows, I can't do all horror. Okay,
Right.
got to give me a lot of weapons when you're giving me horror. Okay, for me to even to attempt it. The fact that they're diving in deep, and he made it specific comments. Okay, that they were going to really go into the horror side of things. For me, that might mean it's a game that I can't play, which makes me sad. But I'm happy they're doing it. There's a big part of the fan base that actually wanted this. ACS Husk was on last night on Xbox Ultimate. He's a big horror fan. He loves Alan Wake. He is more hyped for the Alan Wake 2 because they are doing that. So I'm happy for everybody out there that's going that route. Just for me personally, it means it may not be a game that I can play. So
Yeah, hey, the first
bittersweet.
The first one is kind of right there. The second one's going to be even more in depth. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Then they went on to announce a new look for Horizon Forbidden West. Again, the game looks beautiful. Again, I still haven't played the first one. I've just kind of been off put by it, but I haven't dove deep into it. Again, I think it's just Assassin's Creed that's kind of hurt my feels about it. I don't want another game to where I need to grind 100 hours to get even close to beating the game.
You don't. But the story is so good, Steel.
I've heard.
And the robot dinosaurs are just fantastic.
And
There's nothing better than taking down a T-Rex, man. A robot T-Rex. There's nothing better, and they've got such individualized AI for each one of them. It's really awesome. The traps you can build and create, and the kind of the different ways you can approach each one is so good. It is so good. I know not everybody loves Horizon, so it's not one of those universal games. There are people that have just tried it and just said, not for me.
Right.
Get it. I'm just saying you got to give it a go because it really is.
I definitely do plan on giving it a go because I don't listen to other people. Again, I'm thoroughly interested. I love robots. I love mechs. So that game has always enticed me, especially coming from that kind of an era where dinosaur robots was kind of a thing. Shout out to Power Rangers. So that kind of has me enticed by it. So I definitely want to jump into it at some point. Just with the different games out, I just haven't had a chance to throw myself at the game to see whether I enjoy it or not, to have an opinion on it. So this game did look beautiful, though. I am interested to see where they end up taking it, and they're kind of going from there. Again, with it being a game that's centered in the U.S., that's kind of an amazing thing to me. This post-apocalyptic world that we're kind of going through, that also has an appeal. So I'm definitely going to take that dive into it. But a game that I will be diving into probably sooner than later, the next one that was announced is Final Fantasy VII Remake coming to PC versus via the Epic Game Store. Again, Final Fantasy VII being probably my top tier Final Fantasy, especially back in the day. That's kind of where I lay my head. I was a fan of Final Fantasy 15. I thought it was good. A lot of other people don't. I know there's a lot of Final Fantasy fans that are like, oh no, 15, that's trash. I don't want that. look, man, to each his own. I feel you. I like the more action-based combat and everything. Final Fantasy VII hits those same notes. It was never a reason for me to get an entire console for, but since it is coming to PC, I do want to jump in there, give it a run through, and go from there, man. How are you feeling about Final Fantasy VII coming to PC, man?
Again, Square Enix. It's 2021 rolling into 2022, man.
Yeah.
Let me know, first of all, when you finally decide to finish the entire game. Let me know that first, since this looks like it might be 10 years before we finally get the full Final Fantasy VII remake. And then let me know when you're going to finally come around to reality and put it on Xbox. Okay. Again, this is just BS, man. Whatever. Like, I wouldn't play it anyway, so I'm not like that upset about it. Right. It's just one more site. Flight to Xbox. Of course, we don't know if Sony paid for an extended exclusivity deal. That could have happened. So again, but if that didn't happen and you guys are just ignoring Xbox, again, we've already ranted about that enough. So, but whatever. No, it's cool. I'm happy, Steel, for you for sure, because I know you've been waiting on this.
I mean, y'all are definitely going to get some gameplay of it here on this channel, so definitely be on the lookout for that. And again, I know my wife's excited for it too, because as soon as I said, "Hey, it's coming to PCs," you're like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." And she really enjoyed Final Fantasy 15 too. So, again, hopefully it ends up being a really good game. Hopefully, as I've heard it is. I haven't watched any gameplay as I do, but I'm excited for that. It comes out next week too, so that's exciting. Then they go on to announce Destiny 2: The Witch Queen.
Yeah, we got in between there real quick. Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass for PC is now just PC Game Pass. They did a whole announcement for that. Was funny. Some people found it cringy. I found it funny. I thought it was a great commercial. I was laughing through it. But that's new. And then they announced Best Action Game, which was Returnal.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yep. That won Best Action Game.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. They had to give it one. They had to give it one. I know.
I'm not saying it's a bad game, but for a game that sold less than 1 million copies, I just wasn't expecting for it to be up there.
Yeah, I know. And it had its issues too. But
is what it is. Again, it's a whole different conversation.
Game looks great. I mean, again, it would be something I would touch if I had a PS5.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if that was the right choice in that situation. Hey, again, whatever. It is what it is.
Whatever it is.
Then Destiny 2: The Witch Queen was announced. This is going to be the next expansion for Destiny. With Halo going the way that it is right now, I don't know if I'm willing to throw myself back into Destiny again. Destiny is a time sink. Again, I say that right now. One of the things that's always attracted me to Destiny is the PvP. That could have a chance to pull me back depending on what kind of changes they've made. I know they dropped some Halo type content in there with the BR looking gun and then also the pistol, which was a little bit enticing. I was telling my brother a bit. I was like, they almost got me with that. I almost re-downloaded the game so I could see about getting those guns and everything, because that is one way to pull me back in. What's sad about Destiny for me is that they had it with the first game, but once they lost the story side of it for me personally, and again, you can do your own research and kind of get caught up with it, I'm disconnected from it now. The only thing that entices me about it is the PvP. That's the only reason why I'll mainly play the game. The PvE side of it, the story side of it is kind of second fiddle to me. And that's unfortunate, because Bungie, being the creators of Halo, who kind of started my love for Halo, and now going into Destiny and them being up and down, I don't know, man. Hopefully it hits. I know a lot of people were excited for it. Again, it's a 10-year plan. I think 343 is going to end up doing their 10-year plan better than Bungie will, but I guess we'll see. What do you think about Destiny 2, man?
Hey, more crack for the drug addicts. Congratulations, Bungie. No, it looked great when it first started out. I was like, this looks like Destiny, but I was like, is this not Destiny? And then Mav, I think, reminded me that there was the Witch Queen was coming out. I'm like, that's what this is. And then sure enough, it started looking like, I love the look of Destiny.
Yeah.
I just, again, after Destiny 1, I played Destiny 1 a lot. Destiny 2, I started and then was like, no, again, it's such a time sink, and it
It
takes
is.
away from so much other stuff that I never got back into it again. But it looks great, and again, shout out to Bungie. They kept this thing going for a lot longer than I thought it would, and they got a ravenous fan base. So this looks good. This looks good. Yeah.
Then they had Slitterhead from the Silent Hill creator.
that name. Who names their name? Who names their game? Slitterhead. Oh my god, I love it. From Boca Studio, from original creator of Silent Hill. So yeah, one of the original creators.
Yeah, interesting. That name is definitely interesting, like you said. I don't know.
Awesome.
I don't know who sat in the boardroom or whatever and said, you know what? What if we call this game Slitterhead?
Beware the slit.
See, now we're having a different conversation. See, that's exactly what I was pointing to. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. See, welcome to the slit.
Oh god. Anyways,
yeah.
No, I mean, Boca Studio looked great. Japanese style horror, which again, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull it off. Looks pretty crazy, but I love that style. Loves the animation in this that they did. The art, really cool. Some of it looked straight out of an anime. Some of the cityscapes and that kind of stuff. So looked really good. We'll see. Yeah. Looks interesting.
Then they had Nightingale, new game from Aaron Flynn. I don't have any opinions on this one.
No, it looked really cool. This one, I'm hoping it's PC. It's going to early access PC only. It definitely looks like a PC only game, but the way he said it, maybe there's a chance at consoles. This looks super, super cool. They take I forget what they called them. Gate travelers, something like that. Anyways, customizable, what it looks like, customizable characters, multiplayer, MMO style, but you travel between these gates. It's got a what I want to say, old time look to it, like you're travelers from the past, but you're traveling to all these different fairy tale worlds. Right. Okay. Really cool concept. The monsters, everything looked really good. So I'm gonna keep my eye on this one and see if it's gonna come to console, because it definitely looked something I would jump into for sure. Looked really cool.
Yeah, it looks definitely looks interesting. I mean, another first person game. I guess we'll see where it takes us.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings Gollum showed off. I feel like this game has been kind of like in and out of being talked about. Like, I swear we were supposed to get this game a couple years ago at this point. Getting the Lord of the Rings game, I don't think it quite showed too much other than, showing Gollum.
They showed quite a bit. The art direction completely changed on it.
That's what I was going to say.
That stands out.
It looked, I thought different. Before it looked more realistic.
Yes, they made a total different change to it. It gave Gollum a cartoonish almost look to him.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, no, I like the original look. I was never interested in this game. I'll just be upfront. Gollum, to me, is an important character in Lord of the Rings. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Gollum's an important character. I understand why he's there. I enjoyed what he brought to the books, but I've never been interested in playing Gollum.
No.
Right? That's never been my thing. Shout out to Assassin Lupa. She is hyped off the charts for this. She's been waiting on this game for a long time. It looks like it has very cool stealth aspects to it, and that kind of stuff, but I'm just not interested in this game, straight up. And I don't like the new art direction. I like the original. I
don't like the new art direction either. I don't like the way they have Gollum looking.
Yeah.
Again, that's maybe just me being biased, because I do like that class. I like he still looks ugly, but I like the other aesthetic. Like the fact that he made him look Pixar-ish. For whatever reason, like Gollum doesn't need to look Pixar-ish. He doesn't need to look like a cartoon. Like he needs to look like Gollum, and that's what I enjoyed getting from him in Lord of the Rings. And he's just like you said, Pong. He's not a main character to me. Like
he is. I mean, he's like a focal point. Like he saves the world basically.
As far as someone to play as, though, that's what I mean more so. Like he's not that.
He's not appealing to me.
Like. Again, yes, Gollum has his own backstory. Yes, he's a part of the story. Yes, again, like you said, Pong, he is an integral part to the story overall.
Yeah.
I'm not enticed as playing as him.
No.
Especially Before I had a little bit of anticipation for it. Now with this art direction,
Yeah.
it turned me
I
off.
wonder if they felt that it was getting too dark and they wanted to
That's the
lighten it a little
point,
bit.
though.
But that's what I would say too. But I'm just wondering if the studio heads got nervous that it was going to not appeal to enough people. So they try to change the art style to appeal to more people. I don't know. I'm just guessing. It didn't make sense to me when Mav and I both were like almost at the same time, like, what'd they do to this? Like, it was like, they changed this. This is not the Gollum we saw.
Yeah, and Doom Reaper, again, when I say he's not the main dude, I just mean like as far as someone that you would want to play. Like there's so many other characters that you'd want to be like, okay, yeah, I want to be in this aspect. Like
there's so many other stories to tell within Lord of the Rings that Gollum is like just down on my list personally.
I like what they did with Middle of Earth, where they made him feel integral to the story.
Yeah.
But you weren't playing as him, like, like yes, he's part of it, but I don't know. That's just me personally.
Right.
So there is that Lord of the Rings Gollum. For those interested in that, new content and graphics coming to PUBG. Shout out to PUBG, man. Again, they're doing great. It's another one I just can't get back into, man. Like, PUBG kind of lost me in the beginning where the hit detection was really off. A lot of the loading and everything was really off. The gameplay just didn't feel tight. And I mean, I haven't gone back since, and I don't have any interest to go back. How are you feeling about new content and graphics coming to PUBG?
Shout out to all the PUBG players out there. Winner, chicken dinner. Fantastic. They're still adding content and still changing the game and still, updating it. I mean, that a lot of people still play it. So what am I going to say? It's a popular game. This is not my style of game. You know me in battle royals to start with. In PUBG, I've tried. Nah, nothing here. So
that is what it is. Next, then they go on to talk about Somerville.
Oh, awesome! Looks so good.
Which
this is that game with the family Steel. You remember that with the alien kind of looking stuff, and they're trying to escape.
Yeah,
it's from
gotcha.
It's one of the original founders of I forget the studio's name that did Inside, and those types of games. Fantastic looking game, and this I actually didn't even think it was Somerville because they gave us a whole new environment that the people were in. And I actually thought it was just inspired by Inside and those types of games. But this is looking great, better and better every time I see it. I can't wait.
Yeah, for those excited for Somerville, definitely keep your eyes on that for sure. Looks interesting. I'm looking.
Yeah.
Then Cuphead DLC release date announced.
3 years late, but yeah, it's finally here.
Shout out to Cuphead. I don't have much to say on it. I haven't had a chance to play it myself.
I love the art.
I do like the art style.
I'm just not going to put myself through the. I used to be a shmup fan. I used to play a lot of Japanese shmups. I would have back in the day. I don't put myself through their frustration anymore. So Cuphead is just one of those games. I love the art direction though. That old style cartoons. Oh, they nailed it 100%. The music is incredible in this game. I understand why it has so many fans. Happy that after about 3 years late, literally 3 years late, we're finally getting DLC. So
right, 100%. Yeah, for those interested in Cuphead, man, you're
June
finally
30th.
getting that DLC. So that's exciting.
June 30th. Yep.
Again, I like the art style of Cuphead. I just haven't had a chance.
Yeah.
Then we move on to Sonic Frontiers coming out in holiday 2022.
Yeah.
This did drive my excitement, especially. I'm telling you, man, there's something else. There's a bigger play happening because Sonic 2 is coming out soon also. Not only did they introduce Tails, but they introduced a badass looking Knuckles.
Yeah.
Knuckles is my favorite character in Sonic.
Voiced by Idris Elba too.
And it didn't even sound like that. It didn't even like you could tell it was Idris, but at the same time, you couldn't. And them, if you haven't seen the trailer for the new Sonic movie,
looks cool.
That moment when he says, "Do you think that power means anything to me?" Oh, like that is an amazing, that's a classic Sonic and Knuckles game moment right there. The fact that they even took it they're playing to the villainous side of Knuckles, the kind of how he was introduced, getting played by Eggman and whatnot. The fact that they're even taking it that way, I'm so interested in what they're gonna do with it. But the fact that Sonic Frontiers is seemingly going to be a open world Sonic game.
Open zones is what they said.
Open zones. Okay.
Open zones. So you're gonna have still zones that you go to, but the zones are going to be open.
That is enticing to me.
Yeah. And graphics update too. Looks fantastic. Big bosses, giant bosses. This could be it. Sega, please nail this. Please, I want to see Sonic return.
Hey, Microsoft. Yeah. I know y'all got a deal going on right now. I know y'all said it's not no exclusive content. Put some money behind this game, please. Because this Sonic game could be the one, especially with the movies going to the way. If this next Sonic movie hits, like this first one hits, and it's another home run, you have to take advantage. Like this game has to knock it out of the park.
Holiday 2022, perfect time too, man. Oh God.
You're starting to, that's a train that cannot be stopped. This is kind of giving me some semblance to back in the day of what Sonic was doing on the cartoon front and then also on the game front. This is giving me those feels, and I think this can knock out some of those hypes or some of those people who downplay 3D Sonic. So just saying, hopefully this gets the attention that it needs. There's a lot of other creators who've done some excellent work that don't have any real backing behind them, that are giving some ideas of what it can look like. This trailer, it's done nothing but create that next level of hype for me. So
can't wait, man. Can't wait.
Yeah. Oh my God. Then they announced Warrior Priest coming to Vermintide 2.
They actually did. Here, I'll give you the list of awards since I got them written down. Best art direction went to Deathloop. Best RPG went to Tales Arise, which was great. I haven't played it yet, but either that or Scarlet Nexus, I was hoping we're going to win. So that one, or we thought Cyberpunk had its shot, but it obviously overall it didn't. Best soundtrack went to Near Replicant, which I was like, how could you not give that to Cyberpunk? Like, really? Anyways, that's fine. Best multiplayer went to It Takes Two, which was a huge winner of the night. Best mobile, Genshin Impact. So that was what they announced in between there.
Nice. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. Yep.
But they announced that Warrior Priest coming to Vermintide 2 today.
Yep.
I was interested in that.
Yep.
I don't personally have any interest personally.
I like Vermintide 2. It's just kind of lost with all the other games, but they keep supporting it, and it's a great studio. So, good on them. It looked really cool. Vermintide 2 is a great multiplayer game. It really is fun to run around. So
100%.
And then after that, best narrative went to Guardians of the Galaxy.
I did see that.
You did see that. Yep, that was good. Yep.
That was amazing. I think that's about when the time that I actually joined the show live with y'all. I'm glad it did. It deserves it. It deserves it. 100%. Then they went on to announce Tachia,
which we already seen earlier.
I don't have any personal interest in it. Again, it's a tropical open world adventure, climb, glide, swim, and sail your boat around a beautiful archipelago in the physics-driven sandbox. Hey, man, if you're interested in this Pixar kind of game, kind of feel, it kind of looks like, if there's a game that you want to compare to Breath of the Wild, it's this one.
Yeah.
Like out of all the comparisons, this looks exactly like that. I'm not even gonna lie to you, but it looks like it could be some fun, man. So if you're looking forward to that, no, it doesn't look like Breath. I'm talking about as far as like gameplay wise. Probably just for like gameplay wise, just because of how it's set up, but everything. I mean, with Breath of the Wild being so great, like a lot of people, kind of hard not to make those comparisons. And then the next one off of that, another exciting one, and actually glad we got some gameplay because the gameplay looked very enticing. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League official gameplay trailer. I'm actually very excited for this one. I was not anticipating for the gameplay to be as good as it was. Actually, it looked. All the characters had some diversity to them. again, having that, taking that arc, that Batman arc and what they've learned from those games and kind of adding their own feel as far as with the individual characters. I'm still kind of interested to see whether this is going to be like a co-op, drop in, drop out, whether you're going to be a single player game to where you kind of control all three characters and kind of go from there. Again, it looks, I was worried about how they're going to end up doing the combat, how the actual gameplay is going to be, whether there's going to be any semblance to what they showed from the CGI.
Steel, be right back.
Yeah, you're good. And I think this nailed it on the head, honestly. Again, coming from those Batman Arkham style games, that gets me excited already. But seeing this, with them throwing Brainiac into it, with the Brainiac taking over all the Justice League and you taking place at the Suicide Squad, and fighting against them, I think it's going to make for some epic battles versus superheroes. I think that's what's another thing that's exciting to me, because you're taking like I'm not saying that these people don't have superheroes either, but Harley Quinn doesn't have any superpowers. She's just good at combat, right? Same thing with Deathstroke, same thing with King Shark, the same thing with the other dude, I can't think of his name right now. But they all offer a variety of gameplay mechanics that typically you don't end up seeing. And them being able to represent that versatility in this gameplay has me excited. Gave me some Sunset Overdrive vibes, gave me some, again, Batman vibes. I think they're really taking it the right direction. Split says, why does the Flash look like that? It's because he's taken over by Brainiac. Now, if you're talking about unless you're talking about his overall aesthetic, that could be different. But yeah, it's because he's taken over by Brainiac, where he has those purple looks and he looks like he's on crack and everything else. That's why. And I think this is an excellent way to take, because it's hard to make a game going against superheroes, but this is that perfect moment. How'd you feel about this one, Pong?
Loved it. This is the other one that got my attention. Again, not a superhero fan, but again, I loved what I saw. And of course, Rocksteady is just absolutely incredible studio. But I loved it that, you can play single player, but you can also do this multiplayer co-op. I love how each character had a very individualized style, right. Completely different from one another. So that combat is always going to feel fresh, because if you're playing single player, you're able to switch between them on the fly, is what we've heard. So I cannot wait for this one. This was the other superhero game that grabbed my attention and I was surprised by, because we had not seen gameplay, and I saw all the other stuff that they had shown. I was like, okay, it's Suicide Squad, whatever. Right. But when they showed this and how the writing looks absolutely awesome. Some people didn't like it. I was like, what do you got? It looked great. The whole Flash stuff was absolutely hilarious. I was dying.
No, that's
so yeah, no, I can't wait for this one. I'm hyped.
Yeah, man, me too, for sure. All right, so there is that one. That's Suicide Squad. There was more Forspoken gameplay shown off. I had some more story beats and whatnot. I'm thoroughly excited for Forspoken. Better. Again, it's coming to PC also, so definitely don't be confused by that. But for those who are interested in, again, it looks like another enticing story. I like the way that they're making the aspect that they're taking. Modern day being thrown into a world of mystery. Yep. I think that's a badass concept to me. I really want to see how that ends up playing out. I know kind of maybe it'll give us the true Gen Z feels, you know what I'm saying? Or you know what I mean? I know Paul was making some of those references earlier, but I think she might be a better representation for at least my era.
She's a little older.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But yeah, hopefully she can definitely bring that aspect of it, of reality versus the mythos. I think that's going to be really dope. Again, the traversals got me, the combats got me. I'm interested in it on day one. I'm definitely hyped to jump into it. Again, another female lead that I think is going to be a important part, not only of Sony, but of gaming overall. I'm interested to see where it's going to go. How are you feeling about Forspoken?
Yeah, you know me. We've been all over this one since we first saw it, Steel. Like a lot of people had questions whether or not they would like it. The game looks better and better every time I see it. Love the story beats that they've shown us so far. Like you said, yeah, her powers they've shown off more and more powers. Like it looks like she's got a ton of them that she can use. Traversal still looks fantastic as it did when we first saw it, but her powers look special. Love the look of the world. This is the one game early on that had me say, okay, if they've locked this down for 2 years, am I going to wait 2 years to play Forspoken? This is the one game that's got me interested in getting a PS5, next year. So, this and for Horizon, but more so this because it's a new IP, and I really looking forward to it. Just God, man, it just looks incredible, man. The variety of the environments, all these different beasts that she's fighting. I can't wait, man. I'm really hyped for this one.
Yeah, 100%. I'm excited for it. Forspoken is definitely a hitter. I want people to pay attention to. Again, representation for me is another big thing. And she seems to be selling it. Like from the present to from like the performance. That's another thing that always hits for me is the performance that people put into these games and making them like the characters really come to life. So. The next thing that ended up being announced was Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2.
Oh, buddy.
This had me very interested. I never had a chance to play this first Space Marine. I kind of thought about going back to it at some moments. I don't know, but this had me very interested. I know it's going to be third person. It's killing aliens. It has me interested. It has that feel of like how the Space Marines kind of had for me in StarCraft back in the day. It has that same where they're really big, hulky, got guns, weapons. They're just badasses. This gave me that same feel. It also gave me some Gears vibes in there, which I'm also very interested in. I want to see how they take that direction. How do you feel about this one now?
Oh man, this is a game. Look, when it came out on 360, absolutely loved it. We never thought we were going to get a number 2. Never in a million. That's why this is the golden age, Steel. This is bringing back, like, this is going to take the 360 era and bump it up times 10, times 100.
I think so, yeah.
We're getting all of these experiences. These old experiences are coming back. We're getting new experiences on top of all the pillars are being made again, right? This is like the complete package deal this gen. So to have Space Marine 2 announced not only for PC but also for consoles, still coming back because it was a cult classic. It wasn't everybody's cup of tea. Warhammer is not everybody's cup of tea. Warhammer is, you want to talk about lore? Warhammer is
deep
on a whole nother level, dude. They've got different ages. They've got all. Look, to see Space Marine 2 come back is incredible. This was one of the surprises of the show for me. I am pumped. I'm thinking about, I've still got my 360 here. I'm thinking about going back and getting Space Marine 1 again and replaying it. But even beyond that, go back. If you haven't watched this in 4K yet, watch this trailer in 4K. They are using some of the current gen tech to its max. There is some details in here and some things that we're seeing in this. They are going all out for space. They could have just done Space Marine 2 and kind of half-assed it and not brought it current gen. They are bringing this current gen. It looks ridiculous. You're spot on, Steel. It's Doom meets Gears of War. It's all the blood and gore you could ask for out of a Warhammer. It is brutal. This looks awesome. I cannot wait for Space Marine 2. I'm so excited for this game.
Yeah, I'm excited. It looks dope as fuck. I'm hyped. Let me see how much further we got to go here.
We got a lot.
Definitely got quite a lot.
Are you good? Or you got to go? You want to just run through some of the last one because this is like the middle section.
Yeah, we'll run through a little bit of the little bit of the other ones because I am getting kind of cutting it close here on time.
Yeah. No, man, you got to do what you got to do. So.
Yeah, 100%. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, again, me and Pong gonna go forever. I didn't think the show was gonna be this long today. Lord Jesus, shout out to y'all. Much love. Hit that like button on y'all ways out. If you are still here, again, I know life gets busy. But hit that sub button. Let your friends know about us. Me and Pong bring that energy to y'all. Still consistently. We're almost over 3 hours in. It's still energetic and hype and passionate, man. Hey, y'all stay tuned in. So I think on this point, we'll basically give a run through for the rest. I will let you guys know now. We'll end up skipping this day in gaming segment, so we don't have to make Pong feel old today, which is always good.
Thank you.
But no, But just for time constraint reasons, we definitely want to do that. We'll get through this and then we'll get into our outros and everything. But we'll kind of go through it. I don't think on most of these other ones we would have too much to say. I know there's one that is coming up that you are kind of excited for.
There's some, bro. There's some in here, man. There's so much to talk about.
I know.
The show was, that's why I say people were disappointed in the show. Look,
there's some things
I
to talk
know I'm
about.
different, but man, as a gamer, there was so much show in here. Is so
You can't be mad. You couldn't. I don't see how anybody could be mad.
No.
I definitely would give the show at least a 7 just based off the content alone.
Yeah.
At least.
Exactly.
And that's not even me watching it. I give it a 7 alone, just off the content alone. I mean, just honestly. But off of Warhammer, then they go into Saints Row, the reboot. Looked interesting. Looks like an older game though.
We finally got gameplay, right?
Yeah. Looks interesting. Looks like a 360 game kind of in some aspects, just because of the way that it looked.
I wouldn't go that hard.
In some aspects, not like in necessarily a bad way.
Maybe last gen. Okay, all right. It's still not interesting me. It's still not grabbing.
It's Saints Row.
At the end of the day, it's still but it's not Saints Row. It's not the original. Saints Row peaked 2 and 3. They should have stuck with that formula. Unfortunately, they're not. The characters aren't grabbing me. Again, it could be a blast to play. There's a lot of the old Saints Row in it. So I'll reserve my judgment until it comes out. It's just the characters aren't grabbing me. The story isn't grabbing me. The old Saints Rows, again, the 4, they went over the top. 4 and 5, it just went too far. But 2 and 3 peaked. I wish they would go back to that, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm reserving judgment.
And ladies and gentlemen, I do want to kind of step in here because we were definitely over the halfway point. We were supposed to announce the winner for the custom controller and everything. And I do want to go ahead and get that out of the way because I do have that lined up. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I do have to let you know the winner. Again, this is all random, completely based off of just who was here
In chat.
Who was here today. And I have to let you know that the winner is... Drum roll if y'all, unless you guys can't hear that. It's all right though, because I have to say that the winner is Splendiferous.
Wow, really?
Yes, sir. Splendiferous. Thank you for joining the show live, man. Thank you for showing us love and everything. But I have to point you to the main man, Wandering Dutch, to get that lucky controller, custom controller, made by that wonderful guy right there.
Congratulations, Splendiferous.
Splendiferous. Shout out to you, man. It's kind of crazy because he's actually been like he's been super active today in the chat. So that's actually funny how that ended up winning. Again, it's all random. It's fire that you ended up winning, man. That's an excellent thing. Hopefully you do love the design and everything. Get with Wandering Dutch himself, or Wandering Dutch will get with you. I'll also get with you on the back end to make sure that you do receive that. But shout out to you, Splendiferous, for being the winner for that lucky Xbox Series controller or PlayStation, depending on which one you want. Again, man, much love to you, and hopefully you enjoy it, man. 100%. Again, Wandering Dutch, much love and appreciation for everything that you do, and for even wanting to do something to this nature. And again, hopefully you enjoy it. Much love to you, and hopefully we continue to show you love and some appreciation on a week-to-week basis. So with that being said, let's continue so we can roll up out of here. Then they showed the Nightmare Before Christmas game that's coming to Fall Guys. If you guys feel how you want.
Fall Guys, yep.
Then they announced Dune Spice Wars, not Spice Girls, don't get it confused.
Yep.
Spice Wars.
Best Action Adventure Award went to Metroid Dread in between all this stuff.
Okay, I did see that too.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. Dune Spice Wars, I wish it was coming to console. Again, another RTS, looks fantastic. Love it. Look great.
That's it looked interesting. Then Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. All right, now,
baby,
I'm not gonna lie. That recent trailer,
yep,
got me interested. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not on the line with Borderlands typically, but this one, I was like,
sealed the deal for Mav too.
Okay,
sealed the deal. Mav was borderline on this one, pun intended. And he said that this latest, when we were watching, he said that's it. He goes, I'm in on this one.
Yeah, so, no, it had me interested. It had me interested.
Yes.
They did what they were supposed to. Out of all the trailers they put out, this one did it.
It looks so
That
Good.
one
I
did it.
can't wait. Tiny Tina's the best. Oh, God.
I'm interested to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
Then they did Among Us VR. That was teased.
Again, weird. But whatever.
People are going to love it, though. I know they will.
Yep. Caitlin's getting VR just for it. Anyways, and then we got the
God.
Doke V freaking sing-along. Oh, God. I love Doke V. And I'm not joking about this. When we watched the original Doki V trailer, the action, the gameplay, it's not made for anywhere near my generation. But look, I am seriously hyped for Doki V from the action. But this little tune that they put together with K-pop was not it. Okay, they
did it for a reason though, because K-pop is a big thing. Again, it's going to entice people like my daughters or whatnot, because it's lovely, it's live and everything else. I think that's the biggest reason they ended up doing it that way. Again, I would have loved to see gameplay versus just a musical, but to each their own. I'm still kind of excited. I'm still excited for the game itself. I want to see how that ends up playing out. I wasn't necessarily so excited for that, but OFK killer. No, it's not going to be like OFK, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I guess it depends. The next game that they ended up announcing was Steel Rising.
Yo, look.
From the creators from
quick.
Spiders.
That's all you got to say for me. AA RPGs. They want to be Obsidian. They want to be Bethesda. They do these Western RPGs. They are extremely creative. They just don't have the resources. They don't have the name. It's AA. It's going to have jank in it. But man, this game looks so cool. I can't wait to play this game. Cannot wait.
100%. I'm going to kind of skip around here a little bit so we can move through. Star Trek. Go ahead.
Yep. No. Go ahead.
I was gonna say they got Metal Hellsinger. That was like that Doom style rhythm game.
Rhythm-based Doom. Yeah, is what it is.
That could be interesting. So we'll see. Star Trek Resurgence.
Yep, this is from one of the original founders of Telltale. Love Star Trek. This has got Spock in it. Everything. I may wind up playing this one.
I'm right there with you. Rumbleverse. A fighter.
Epic Games backing. It could be a big deal. They're going after the Fortnite crowd. Brawler based battle royale is what Mav is guessing by the looks of it. It's going to be monetized to hell and back again. That's fine. It's probably going to be free to play, whatever, but they're trying to grab that Fortnite crowd.
100%. Interesting.
Best ongoing game, by the way, went to Final Fantasy 14.
I did see that.
We guessed.
We did guess that. That was a good one.
Yep.
I feel like they deserved it. So.
Yep, absolutely. 100%.
All right, then A Plague Tale Requiem. That actually looked really good. Everything that they showed there was definitely enticing. It had me kind of like, maybe I should go play the first Plague Tale. I don't know.
You should. Asobo is so good at what they do. Steel. I think you would enjoy the first Plague's Tale. It's awesome. I'm about I'm about 3/4 of the way through that one as well. I got to finish it off. But no, Asobo is fantastic. They don't want to be acquired. Otherwise, Xbox, I think, would have closed that deal a while ago. This looks like they just took Plague's Tale to a whole nother level. Different environments, not the dark, not all the darkness that they had in the first one. Different settings. Again, we'll always want to see that out of a sequel is how much better do they get? And this one looks like they have gone that extra step with this one. I can't wait for this. This game is going to be awesome. Game Pass day one, too, by the way, even though it is multi-plat, Game Pass day one.
100%.
Yep.
Dying Light 2, again, that enticed me too. Dying Light 2 looks like they're to be doing a lot of amazing things. The first, again, I'm not typically a zombie guy, but Dying Light definitely kind of reinvigorated that for me. And if there's a zombie game that I will play, it is Dying Light. 100%. Dying Light 2 is definitely, I'm definitely interested to see.
Yes, Doom Reaper, I agree. Spiders would be a great pickup for Xbox.
100%.
So they are potential. They are nonstop potential because their creativeness is off the charts. They just don't have the budget to do AAA.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Then Crossfire X released their date announced. Release date was announced for February 10th. February is going to be a packed month, man. I don't know how I feel about the single player, man.
Oh, I'm loving it.
I like the way that it looks. Don't take me wrong. I just don't know.
Gunplay is going to be key.
I just don't know if I'm going to buy it.
Okay.
Now, if it's going to be a Game Pass or something, that's different. But
that's confusion too. Just to clear that up, Microsoft was publishing the single player campaign at one time, no longer publishing. So it is not going to be Game Pass. Smilegate is publishing both the multiplayer and the single player now. That changed. Got confirmation of that because there was some confusion about that. So Crossfire X, the campaign, will not be in Game Pass. The multiplayer from Smilegate will be in Game Pass, supposedly. So as of this moment.
So it could possibly get skipped by me personally. But I guess we'll end up seeing. Splendiferous, I don't know if you were asking about Plague Tale. Requiem is the second game. The first one is the first game. That's the main difference between this one and the regular one. It's a continuation of the story. Then they announced Vampire the Masquerade. Again, I know a lot of people.
God, I want that so bad.
I feel like this game needs to be everywhere so it can get some better support because
PlayStation and PC only right now.
Yeah. I know cheaters have been kind of a big thing on this from everything that I've seen. I actually was interested in dropping in there. But I've seen that on PC at least, the cheating is very rampant.
Okay.
At least from what I've seen, I've looked through, reviews and everything else, and then some gameplay stuff. There are people who are having a fun time with it, but it looks like they don't have a good anti-cheat system in place yet. So hopefully that doesn't work against them. It does look very enticing though.
Then they announced accessibility went to Forza Horizon 5. Of course, we call that steal. Anytime you're going to put sign language into a game, that's up and beyond. So they won that, and they also won best sports racing, which we
of course. GTFO 1.0 is out. Let's get the F out. For those who don't know,
looks cool. Wish it was
interesting. Not my thing.
Yeah.
Then they did an Elden Ring story trailer. Again, I'm up there as far as Elden Ring goes. I'm excited. I want to see what they end up doing with this. Again, this could be one of the Souls-like, one of the first, but not one of the first, but a Souls-like game that really hits not only the narrative, but also the gameplay kind of out of the park where everybody kind of knows what's going on. You don't have to kind of put piece the puzzle pieces together to kind of make sense out of it. So I'm excited to see how that plays through. Did it kind of get you more excited for Elden Ring, Pong? I know you're kind of on the fence about it.
Dude, you know me and Elden Ring. I think I said it after the last time we saw it that I'm gonna go dive back in. It's gonna be. I've tried Souls for so long, but I'm gonna dive back in. You're gonna be carrying me in your backpack around, but I will attempt Elden Ring once more because the open world's got me because the increase in the magic usage. If I can be a magic user in that game and I exactly. And I can summon things to help me battle. I'm all about it. So I'm going to try it one more time.
I think you'll end up joining it because you can do that, especially if you have somebody that's kind of helping you through. Now I've never been experienced on the magic side of things. I'm always melee combat more so focused, but I do know for sure that you can definitely take advantage of the magic.
Yeah, exactly. I'll let you battle it out up front. You're going to be my tank, and I'll just sit behind you.
Hey, that'll work. That'll work. And then Arc Raiders was announced from Embark and Exxon, taking place in the future derelict world. This game did look interesting. I want to see how it ends up playing out. I don't know if I'm going to end up jumping into it, but if it's going to be free to play, I can definitely see what's going to be good with that for sure.
Free to play and who doesn't know, Embark Studios is in Sweden. They're made up of ex-DICE developers, the people that brought us the really good Battlefields, the 2, 3. That's who's making this game. You get it's third person. It's not first person, it's third person, but you get a lot of Battlefield feels out of it, a lot of Division feels from it. This looks awesome. I am hyped for this game. I cannot wait. Phil Spencer visited the studio 2 years ago when they were getting ready with this game. So I cannot wait to see what they've done. Trailer looks fantastic. So I'm all about it.
100%. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Game Awards. Since I am coming up on time here, we will be ending the show here at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to thank you all for coming out and enjoying us on this almost 4-hour journey that we weren't even planning on. Again,
Steel, Matrix Awakens ended the show.
Yes,
That's how they
please.
ended the show. Please.
Yes.
We don't have time to talk about it. Steel's got to go. So out of
Okay.
respect, we can't do that. But Matrix Awakens, if you have
Check
not
it out,
downloaded it,
please.
if you have Xbox Series or PlayStation 5 console, so that's the only place it's available. Download it and experience it for yourself. Again, another glimpse into the future of what Unreal Engine 5 specifically is going to bring us. Absolutely a phenomenal job. Blown away. The screenshots that I pull out of the photo mode in that passes the squint
Realistic.
test. Some
Yeah.
of them you don't even need to squint, and you would swear it was a real city. Go check it out. Great.
No, 100%. Yeah, we made some references to that in the beginning. Check it out, man. You want to see what Unreal Engine 5 can do? Please go download that and then check it out for yourself. That's all I can tell you. We're entering some interesting times here, and I'm excited, to say the least. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, you can find me everywhere. I Steel Rain everywhere. The T as a 7. If it has a search bar, please type it in and you will find me. With that being said, the other place you can find me is here every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time, giving you that live, raw, and uncut action. I mean, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to cut the so short or for us to go so long, but with that being said, Pong, let the people know where they can find you, lead them to victory, and
I'll do my outro quick this time. Also, tomorrow, Living Splitscreen is invading Green Pass Gaming. So be there tomorrow with the Green Pass Gaming
Green
boys.
Pass tomorrow,
Steel
100%.
and I will both be there tomorrow. I think it's 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central time.
Yes,
Figure that out. Otherwise, you guys know Pong Soul everywhere. You know the drill there. Tuesdays, Xbox Factor over on Double Barrel Gaming, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Thursdays, PM in the PM on Fun Speculations channel. That is 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Fridays, Xbox Ultimate back on Fun Speculations channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then Saturdays back here again for Living Splitscreen, episode 38 next week. You all are beautiful people. Thank you all for coming out. Congratulations to Splendiferous again for winning the controller. Thank you so much, Wandering Dutch, and shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective for all the support. We are
100%.
at 415 subs. Love you all. Nothing but respect. Golden Age of Gaming. Play what you love. Love what you play. This will be the fastest outro you ever get from me.
100%.
Love you. Nothing but respect. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you all real soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all stay beautiful, stay godly, and we'll holler at y'all next weekend. Much love, or you'll see us tomorrow on Green Pass Gaming. Y'all stay live, raw, and uncut. We'll holler at y'all. Peace.